Citizens of RoboNation, thank you for joining us once again here at the live finals webcast of RoboSub. Once again, we're here at the beautiful TransDeck facility in San Diego, California, and this is the live finals webcast of the 21st annual RoboSub competition. I'm Zaz Brooks. Joining me here up on the commentary desk is Dan Dietz. Dan, welcome.
Thank you, Zaz.
We're going to have a great final sequence for you here today. It's been just an amazing morning. Originally, we were going to have 7 teams in the finals, and one of those slots was a wild card slot. It was too close to call. We've got 8 teams in this final sequence, so we're going to have all kinds of great underwater robotics action for you to watch today. I'll give you a quick list of the teams and when you can expect them to show up in this final sequence. We're going to be kicking off the runs at 1:20. The first team to do a run will be San Diego Robotics 101. They'll be followed at 1:50, half-an-hour intervals by Far Eastern Federal University. Then Harbin Engineering University will be the third team up. They'll be followed by Cornell and then Caltech. After them, the National University of Singapore. And finally, our 2 wildcard slots, Maritime State University and ETS. So first of all, we're going to do a little intro here, looking at some of the innovation that spreads amongst the teams here at RoboSub. 44 teams came and competed this year. It's just been a fantastic week. So let's take a look at what we filmed over the week. Innovation is a big part of RoboSub, and teams are always developing new approaches and designs to get a competitive edge. But it isn't just the pressure of the competition that drives innovation.
Sometimes limits on resources like money and high-tech equipment force teams to innovate in order to compete on a budget. Some teams choose to design and manufacture their own hardware to conserve scarce funds.
Because we don't have super unlimited resources, in the past we've cannibalized old robots and used their parts to build the new robot. This year we tried to get enough funding and enough resources so we can have 2 working robots, and that worked out hugely in our favor because our new bot had a manufacturing malfunction. If we had taken apart the old bot, we wouldn't have a robot at all right now.
We didn't have the budget to buy the T100 and T200 thrusters that everyone's using. We just used bilge pumps and built a shroud and painted them. So one thing we did have a lot of access to was 3D printers. So we 3D printed things from the brackets to the props and our sensor housings. Anything we could, we CAD'd and 3D printed.
We try to buy components off the shelf when we can, like these boxes that we're using for the batteries. We actually bought them at Walmart, and all we had to do was drill holes in them to pass wires through for the power. And that was really easy, and they're great and waterproof and quick to get into.
Software is critical to an autonomy competition like RoboSub. While machine learning approaches are making some aspects of software design easier, they still require extensive data collection, which requires another resource that can be in short supply: time.
Neural network training, we found that we need at least 2,000 photos of the part that we want to identify. So we found on the RoboSub forum an old model of this whole TransDeck pool. We prepared models of all the stuff that is in those tasks. We tried to make it as realistic as possible watching videos so that when we come here and put our submarine in the water, we see similar conditions as in our environment.
As new teams take on RoboSub for the first time, or members of established teams graduate and move on, experience can also be in short supply. This can be particularly problematic for younger and smaller teams.
As a high school team, we obviously don't necessarily have the resources of a collegiate team, but one thing we do have is a community, both at home with Beaver, that's very supportive, and at the same time, we're also able to collaborate with a lot of people here.
I started off in middle school. We originally were with the Sea Perch competition, but we moved on to the RoboSub competition, deciding that we wanted to do something autonomous. And when we started, we didn't have a lot of money to work with. We were usually buying Arduinos and small Blackbone boards at the time. And we just stuck with going every year and working and improving on everything. And just sticking with that has brought me to have a really good relationship with Embry-Riddle. And so now I'm going to go to college there with them and also continue to keep working on all of the competitions.
Established teams benefit from inheriting submarines and equipment from previous years. So fundraising, sponsorships, and donations are incredibly important for new teams.
All of our members, it's their first time abroad. It's quite hard because not everyone had the funds or the money to come here. So we made a crowdfunding so we could be here, and a lot of people helped pay our trip.
We didn't have a lot of
experience dealing with local companies on how to get parts machined for us or take advantage of some of the processes they already had, so we thought it'd be too expensive to do it on our own. But talking to a lot of the other teams, we saw that a lot of them actually had a lot of sponsors that made parts for them. It's something that they're very willing to do and something we did not take advantage of that we want to in the future.
Whether a team is big or small, in either personnel, budget, or experience, the question is not if a RoboSub team will innovate, it's what will drive their innovation and what form it will eventually take.
We love to see all the new approaches on display at RoboSub, from cutting-edge equipment and designs to clever tricks and hacks. And get ready to see it live in action here during the RoboSub 2018 finals.
As longtime viewers of these finals webcasts know, we are very, very happy every year to be out here as the guests of the Space and Naval Warfare Systems Command's, SPAWAR. This facility, TransDeck, is amazing. SPAWAR is incredibly generous to us, and we're just super fortunate today to be able to welcome up Rear Admiral Becker, the commander of SPAWAR, to join us up here on the podium. Welcome, Admiral.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
So as you saw in that video, Admiral, this competition is really all about innovation. We're very focused on doing new things out there. How important is innovation, especially in these technologies of underwater technology and autonomy, to SPAWAR and the Navy?
Well, certainly the history of SPAWAR, and in particular SPAWAR System Center Pacific, is very well tied, strongly tied to the undersea domain. And that is also a critical enabling warfighting domain for our United States Navy. But the innovation is really the magic of the people here. And whether we're applying it to the underwater domain in submarines or RoboSubs or any other hard task, I think the real innovation is the young people that are here from across the world competing and working hard, working problems, and learning how to solve difficult problems. That's really exciting, and I'm looking forward to seeing the competition.
Yeah, we think so too. I mean, to us, the students that are out here are just total rock stars. The stuff that they do in the water with their bots is just completely amazing. Is that something, would you be happy to see maybe some of the students out here continue on in that pipeline and maybe show up working for SPAWAR?
Oh, absolutely. I think that, well, first of all, if you look around us here today in San Diego, there's enticement enough. As you and I both know, having gone to school in the Northeast, in Boston and Cambridge, winter up there is not like winter here in San Diego. So come southwest, young people, come southwest. And come work for, think about the mission of the Navy and think about the mission of SPAWAR. We solve hard problems here every day, really hard problems. But more than that, it's working with really great people attacking those problems. And I think any number of the teams here would be, well, they'd be hard-pressed to find a more exciting place to be.
Yeah, and I encourage anyone that's here today on site to go and check out at the main TransDeck building some of the SPAWAR technologies that are on display, because amongst the many generous things that SPAWAR offers is they always put on a display for us, show us some of those hard problems and interesting technologies that you guys work on.
And if you're watching from the webcast and in the San Diego area, come on out, because not only do we have the RoboSub going on, we have Sea Perch, Sea Glide, that's for kindergartners, and all the way up to college. So we really are doing full spectrum here to really bring that pipeline all the way from the beginning and get them used to this.
These people here, these competitors, these teammates, these competimates, they are the future of innovation. They are the future of our industry, working not just here in California or across the U.S., but with our partners and friends around the world. What an exciting place to be today.
Yes.
Well, thank you very much for all your help over these past many years here from SPAWAR, and for joining us. And on that topic that you just touched on there, the community and the collaboration that we see at RoboSub, the other video that we've prepared this week talks about that topic very specifically, and the way that technology spreads amongst the teams and the way they help each other out. So let's take a look at what we saw this week from the RoboSub community of all those student teams. RoboSub is an autonomous vehicle competition, but the teams themselves behave far from autonomously. The interactions between teams at the competition are more reminiscent of an international academic conference than a setting in which they are pitted against one another.
The international component is especially important because while engineering may be a universal language, different approaches and ideas from around the world means that teams always have a lot to learn from those originating from far away.
It's cool to see that there's so many people from other countries. We talked to some of them, so it's been nice to hear how they've done it. And there is kind of an appeal to that, because it's so easy to get stuck in your little bubble, right? Like our club room's about the size of the tent that we have behind us. Then you come down here and it's cool to see how everyone does the same thing, but we all interpret it in different ways.
Good ideas at RoboSub have a way of spreading throughout the competition, as if they have autonomy of their own. Students always find time to speak with their peers on other teams, gathering exciting new approaches and clever solutions to incorporate into their entries for subsequent years.
Going around to other teams, we have been able to accumulate ideas for what to do for next year. In particular, USC, we asked them how they got their dome. They provide us the source. Some other teams have had a roller for their Ethernet cable, which has been very useful. We have to hold ours and carry it around. We have felt and appreciate the community support throughout this competition. People sharing knowledge, people being friendly to each other. We've definitely made tons of friends all around the world, and that really makes this competition special.
Spinning up our computer vision processing was definitely a big task for us, and we saw another RoboNation video that showed off YOLO, and we were like, oh my goodness, this is the greatest thing ever. Let's devote a lot of time to it and let's get it going.
One of the things is the split tube design that a lot of teams are kind of shifting toward. It's really great because all the weight is in that center connector, and that's something that we've gotten from wandering around and saying, oh, that looks like a really good idea for our bot.
At RoboSub, Murphy's Law is ever present. Things get lost, broken, or just don't work the way they did back in the lab.
With everyone working against the same challenges, the students put emphasis on creating a collaborative environment where everyone feels welcome to ask for help or borrow critical pieces of equipment when needed.
We had a depth sensor which broke, and we walked around the hotel where there's other teams. Most teams just had their doors open. I could just walk in and ask them, hey, you got a depth sensor? We actually had a few teams that helped us out. A team that didn't even have it tried looking for it. And of course, we always have the issues with code, ROS, all that. And we can pretty much just call over the university right next to us. I've been surprised by the amount of time they invested in us.
What is nice with this competition is, yes, it's a competition, but everybody help everybody. If we need help, we go out, we need batteries, oh, do you have a pinger? Other teams come and see us, oh, we need something, do you know how to fix that? And I think this is a great aspect to create a great environment of learning.
The journal papers of years past that teams produce in the static judging process have long been an invaluable resource. But students also take it upon themselves to give technical talks at the event and create libraries of shared data that anyone can access online.
In RoboSub, acoustics task is one of the most challenging tasks, especially in an environment like this, where multipath reflection of signals is apparent. And it's a very difficult task, and I believe that one of the main spirits of the competition is to actually share knowledge and actually learn from people, and at the same time teach people.
A lot of other teams are doing neural networks, and so they all require a data set of labeled images. I try to this year get all the teams to put all their data together so they have a RoboSub data set essentially of all the teams that no one team can gather by themselves.
We were approached by the Washington State University, and they needed some footage for DICE, and we had this footage, but we didn't have any people to label them. So we kind of did a little exchange there. We sent them our data, they labeled it for us, and then we shared everything, and everyone could benefit from that.
It's long been said that teams at RoboSub aren't really competing against each other. They're competing together against technical director Dave Novick and the unsolved technological challenges of marine autonomy that his course represents.
We're incredibly proud of every student's enthusiasm to create a community of robotics enthusiasts, and we're very excited to see it continue and grow and push the limits of underwater autonomy.
Welcome back to RoboSub 21 Live Finals Webcast. It's really great to see what everyone here already knows, the way that teams constantly help each other out, transfer technology. Really no trade secrets here. Everyone wants everyone else to do well as well. We've got our first team just getting in the water, which is San Diego Robotics 101, and we're super excited to have Jason Ma up here on the podium joining us. Welcome, Jason.
Thank you.
We'll certainly get into a lot of discussions in a second with you. We just want to just apologize for the diversion here. Want to cover a few housekeeping items. First of all, if you're out there watching the webcast, you can communicate with us and with our student representatives like Jason by emailing us questions to robosubqa@gmail.com or by tweeting and using hashtag AskRoboSub or in fact just hashtag RoboSub. So get us your questions, let the teams know that they're supported while they're going through this difficult course. Secondly, speaking of the course, I want to do a quick course overview for anyone who's out there watching who hasn't had a chance to look through the rule sheet. So, or is watching for the first time and is wondering just what do these RoboSubs have to do anyway. So here's a little overview of the transdeck pool and everything that happens in the course. The submarines will start off here at the dock, and once they leave the dock, once again, they're in full autonomous mode. No human intervention. The subs have to make their own decisions, register their own perceptions, and decide what to do. The first thing they have to do is a mandatory task. They must pass through the gate, and we have a few new options there this year, which I'll get into in some subsequent images. The theme this year for the 21st RoboSub is Casino Transdeck. So getting through that gate involves finding and entering the casino. On the bottom of the pool in some places are these path markers which visually direct the sub to other tasks. So one way that the subs can figure out where to go next is visually by looking at those markers on the bottom. Additionally, some of the tasks are marked by acoustic pingers, so the subs can listen for where to go to do their next task. We have a buoy task again this year. This is a bunch of dice, so the subs have to play craps by bumping into the dice. We have a torpedo task up here, which is a slot machine, and then the two pinger mark tasks. We have a roulette wheel, plus a place that a gold chip can be purchased by the submarine, and over here we have a place where they can also purchase a gold chip and they can cash in their chips. So let's take just a quick close look at all of those tasks. First of all, this is brand new for RoboSub 21. The teams can elect to have a coin flip when they start, and in that case, their sub will not be pointed directly to the gate. The sub needs to find the gate. Heads means they're pointed 180 degrees along the dock, tails 90 degrees from the dock. So if they take that coin flip, they can't line up the sub and aim it like they do if they just do it normally, so they get more points for the coin flip. The gate, as you can see there, has two colors, a red and a black side. So the teams can bet on red or black, and so whichever side the submarine goes under, if it's the correct color the team's betting on, they get extra points. The path markers are a little different this year. They're bent, so that gives our judges a better idea that the subs are following those paths and reorienting to the bent path marker. Here's the dice task. Once again, these are buoys that the subs bump into, but unlike many previous years, they're not different colors. They have different numbers of pips on the dice. And so the subs can attempt to score extra points by hitting the right numbers of dice. The dice numbers are 1, 2, 5, and 6. So if the subs score dice bumps that add up to a 7, so if they do a 5 and a 2, or a 6 and a 1, that's an extra bonus. But the hardest one, the one that gets the most points, is getting an 11, the 6 and the 5. Next up, we have our torpedo task. That's always a favorite. This year, it's a slot machine, so it's also a manipulation task. There's one hole down the bottom there that's always open. If the subs can get a torpedo through this bottom aperture, then they get some points, but they can get more points by manipulating the handle, pulling the slot machine handle. That opens up two other targets behind those fruit. And so then the subs have a chance to get a big target or a small target. The maximum points, of course, are from the small target. Buying a gold chip is a new task for this year. There's a button with a $sign on it, and if the subs press that button, it releases a golden golf ball, and then the subs can get extra points by picking up that golf ball and using it later. So that's a very, very complex task for a submarine to do autonomously. Pushing a button, collecting a chip, a lot of perception and a lot of decision making has to go into doing that successfully. One of the two pinger mark tasks is the roulette wheel. This is a new variation on our marker drop task. So the subs are allowed to carry with them two blue golf balls. They can drop those. If they drop it in the color they originally bet on for the gate, then they get the maximum number of points for that. And additionally, if they drop a gold golf ball in the green, that's the maximum possible points. Finally, cashing in the chips. They can pick up green or red golf balls from the bottom and bring them up to these funnels near the surface and drop the colored golf balls in the appropriate colored funnels for big, big points. And then also if they get a gold chip and put it in a gold funnel, that's the maximum possible points. These pinger tasks also are worth points by surfacing in that square, and they can get points on top of that if they choose a random pinger. So if the sub doesn't know until it gets going which is the first pinger, they get random pinger tasks. That's the course this year. This is the guy that designed it, Dave Novick. He's a total superhero as well. This is what he does in his spare time, flies crazy copters out in the desert. We'll talk to him at the end of the show. But right now, we're going to go back over to San Diego Robotics 101 and kick off their run. And we're going to give them a countdown, Dan?
Give them countdowns, Oz.
Okay, start your run, San Diego Robotics 101 in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start the clock.
So, Oz, one of the things that you gave them a nice overview, but this year we're really allowing them to use multiple vehicles.
That's right. That's another big change this year is the fact that we've really looked at our rules and decided how we're going to make that appropriate to people who've wanted to use multiple submarines. That's something that we've had a few teams look at. And in fact, Jason, you guys have done a mini submarine as well this year.
Yeah. So we have 2 subs. One is has been designed by our Australian sub team, and yeah. So it currently has vision, and we're using it to dead reckon through the starting gate and then go to the squares for caching.
Tell us a little bit about when you say our Australian sub-team, that sounds pretty interesting. Tell us a little bit about how your team is organized, because most of the teams here come from a single institution, but you guys have been here for a while and pull people in from multiple institutions, right?
Yeah, so we are a privately funded team, and we are not affiliated with any university. So yeah, we have people all over the place. We operate at the high school and college levels, and we have about 10 members. So 8 are based in San Diego and 2 are from Australia.
So where are you studying right now?
So I currently go to UCSD in the computer science PhD program.
So it looks like your first vehicle is off the dock. Can you explain to them about your first vehicle?
Yeah, so what would you like?
Well, this looks like the small submarine, right? Because I see the big one back at the dock still.
Okay, yeah, that's the small one. And looks like it's just passed through the gates.
So what do you want the small one to do in the course?
Yeah, so we want it to go towards the caching task. And I think soon it's going to be turning to the right.
And how is it navigating towards that task? Are you using acoustics on the small sub? Is it going to try and hit the pinger, or are you doing it
So
another
currently,
way?
that one's still dead reckoning. Originally, we also had plans to integrate like inter-vehicle communication between the small sub and the main sub, but their camera is not picking up on certain things that we wanted it to.
And that's something which we certainly hope you guys get working for next year, because there's big points for inter-vehicle communication for the teams that have 2 subs, right?
Yes.
Another thing that is very distinctive about these smaller submarines is that they're capable of quite high speeds in the water. We're really seeing this thing zip along.
Yeah, so it's powered by 4 Blue Robotics thrusters, and it's like a cylindrical shaped sub, so it's pretty small and aerodynamic.
It's definitely giving that diver some exercise there, chasing it.
Yeah.
Just a quick note on the rules for people tuning in. When it comes to 2 subs, the individual sub runs can be stopped at any time without stopping the other sub. Just as in the real world, we try to do everything in this competition like real world challenges. If you had 2 submarines out in the real world, you wouldn't stop both of them just because you wanted to start one again. So it's the same in RoboSub. And we are doing this year the best run counts in the finals. So the teams are incentivized to use all of their time to keep running, and we will count the best score of each submarine in this competition.
So that is a little change from how they practice. So to maximize in water time for the practice, we essentially divide Transdeck up into quarters. and essentially say, okay, this is how you practice. And then for the finals, we completely change around where the tasks are, and especially we move them from a quarter to a half. So this really, since they don't have a whole lot of time to practice, this really incentivizes them to try their best. And we also have a running clock for finals.
That's right. No stopping the clock to bring submarines back. It's 20 minutes total time in water, and then they also have a few minutes to get the submarines staged in the water and get them out again. We can see there on the dock the main one of your submarines, Jason, just getting tweaked. It looks to me like they're pointing it away from the dock, so they might have selected a coin flip.
Yes, we usually go for the coin flip, and it also saves the orientation towards the gate, so it'll turn back towards it.
So what do you think about that new task this year? Was it hard to code up?
Which one?
The coin flip. The fact that most up until this point, everyone pointed straight at the gate. Now you get extra points if you can essentially autonomously move to the gate.
Yeah, I was actually surprised that not many teams attempted that one, and I think it's a pretty reasonable task to achieve.
Okay.
Yeah, for people, sort of, if this is your first RoboSub watching, the gate task initially was sort of an entry task just to prove that your sub could achieve depth and drive straight and level. And so that's why for many years we allowed teams to aim the sub and take their best straight shot. And most teams actually didn't bother to do perception on the gate because it wasn't necessary. You could aim, you could do a straight shot, and so we wanted to just shake that up a little bit this year and give teams the option of doing a visual search for the gate with visual perception, or to test their IMUs a little bit more, their inertial measurement units, to make sure that they could reorient and hold a heading that they weren't initially on, which I think is really cool. I'm glad we've done that.
So Zaz, do we want to, while both vehicles are back, want to give them a recap of what happened this morning?
Yeah, we filmed the semifinals runs and done a little 30-second recap. So if we have that queued up, let's roll that and have a look at what got San Diego Robotics 101 here into this final sequence.
San Diego Robotics 101 played the odds during semifinals by finding and entering the casino, following 2 path markers, and shooting craps at the dice buoys.
Not bad. I've got to say, seeing your team come out here every year for the last few years, starting off in high school, and being a local team, was definitely a thrill to see that you guys made it into the finals. You must have been really happy with the semifinals performance.
So how did you get collaborating with the Australian team?
We sort of knew each other, and they're just based in Australia now.
No.
But
and I see this is it's going back through the gate now? It's off the dock? So what type of collaboration did you have with them?
So we sort of knew them as high schoolers.
Okay.
And
so did you have sort of weekly meetings or phone calls? Because, there's different time zones and trying to get classes aligned, so that can always be difficult.
Yeah. Nowadays, we collaborate mostly by Skype meetings.
Oh, okay.
And these usually happen bi-weekly or monthly. So.
Because that kind of adds a new dimension to it. Not only do I have to get everyone together in my own college, now I also got to get here, and then I got to share the data. So, luckily with the IT systems, it's very easy to share these days.
And do they have good water access for testing down there? They have pools and stuff they can use?
Yeah, I believe they do.
And it looks like your sub is off the dock and going through the gate. What is your large sub? Did you name it?
So we named that one Cubeception.
Cubeception.
So this is the 4th iteration of the design. So we originally started with this massive PVC bilge pump kind of design, and we've changed it over the years. Now it's an aluminum hull that we made from scratch. So a lot of the things we do are custom designed. We have custom designed boards as well, and we welded everything together. So there's very few off-the-shelf components on our robot.
Well, that's pretty cool. I mean, I remember when your first team came with the bilge pumps, and it was really innovative to be able to do that and still control it. And it's really nice to see, how your design has evolved and how you just continue to bring the lessons learned year after year, and how it, essentially steps up in the complexity that the tasks that you attempt to take.
Yeah, it's certainly been a great learning experience.
So, what are your goals for today?
So today we are aiming to go through the gate and have the big sub touch the buoys. And we're also having the mini sub go through the gates and go towards the cash-in task.
We're seeing one of the divers here swim the larger vehicle back to the docks.
And we have the small one just going through the gate at the same time.
That's definitely a cool thing of having the multiple subs, is that those runs, as I said, can take place in an overlapped fashion. One can come back and start again while the other one goes out. As we always like to say, very grateful to the Speewar divers for all the work they do out there in the pool, swimming those subs back and forth and monitoring their progress.
So during the design, have you had any? Did they ever impact each other?
Well, I think the main sub sort of came first. So
Okay.
the second one was designed with some. It was like a cheaper kind of thing, and it was designed to complement the main sub. So yeah.
Well, we got
to handle additional tasks and.
We got a good view just there as the camera panned over, seeing that dice buoy task, and then on the left-hand side, we saw the slot machine. Looks like we're staging the main submarine here again for another run. And is that the small one being swum back?
That's the diver, or that's the judge.
I can't see where the mini submarine is located right now, but I think it did go through the gate.
Yeah, looks like it's being swum back at this time. There it is,
There it
coming
is.
right in lower
go.
side. Do you have an order that you send them in, or is it just whenever you can, whichever one's ready to go, it's off to the races?
Yeah, usually we just send them off whenever they're ready, but we start with the mini sub
because it moves
because
faster.
it moves fast and then it just goes off to the side.
So what kind of preparation do you have to do while you're on the dock?
So yeah, on the dock we have to crane both of the robots in and just get everything ready to go. But we handle the calibration during the performance period.
Because when I was looking at you guys on your semifinal run, it was very interesting that you guys call back and forth and say locked and do a whole bunch of coordination back and forth with a small sub.
Yeah, so that's usually our calibration for our IMU, and we have a guy monitoring it while it's still connected to our device, and then once the orientation's locked, we can set it off and do its own thing.
And your large sub is off.
Once again, that gate task is the only mandatory task in the competition. So on each run, each submarine has to go through that gate, and that is why we just saw it hit one of the gate posts, and the diver is going to retrieve that sub and bring it back.
So does your sub have a favorite color?
I think on this side it's black. Yeah.
Always bet on black.
Resetting the course with the divers. And it looks like right now is what I'm saying is you're kind of setting your INU.
Yeah.
So really what that allows you to do is we can move that gate. That gate could be moved anywhere in this course, and you guys can just set it and go.
Yeah. And also the IMU tends to drift over time, so we just want to make sure we do that before every run just to make sure it's calibrated properly for the gate.
So when you have two vehicles, what is different from the strategy that you had last year? You have two people on the dock, you have to do a lot more coordination. How did you guys really deal with that?
Yeah, so it's been pretty tough because we cannot have both people on the dock at the same time. But since our initialization sequence takes like 30 seconds to a minute, usually we can set it off and then the next person can get ready to like calibrate everything and then set everything off while the first one's running. And,
looks like your small one just left.
Yeah, small one is off the dock, swimming at high speed towards the gate. Line looks good. Getting a large view there. You can see the divers. Sometimes it can be tricky to see exactly which direction the sub is going, so looking at the diver's orientation is helpful. There it goes. Very nice side view of it there. You can see how small the hull of that sub is relative to the thrusters. That's why it's got a high power to size ratio.
And
there it goes.
So now it's heading for essentially the cash-in task.
Yeah,
going right by the dice buoys there.
We got a good look there at the dice buoy. We can see something protruding from the top of each of those buoys. That's actually a light. So to help the judges, if a sub bumps one of those buoys and tips it below above a certain angle, then the light will go off. So that's another thing we've added this year. Just saw it pass the slot machine, and once again, it's got to get all the way across the course to the cash-in area and surface in that square if it wants the cash-in points.
So, do you have like a separate team captain for each vehicle? Or a sub-team captain to try to, manage this?
We do have like different operators for each vehicle, yeah. And we have like one guy usually coordinating between the two to tell them when to get on and off the dock. So that's how we handle the launching.
There we see the vehicle being retrieved again and swum back. It is a long way on the finals course from the dock to the square because, as Dan said earlier, we had 4 courses during practice and semifinals. Now on this side of Transdeck, the 2 courses have been accumulated into one, and so all the distances have increased. So it's a very difficult task to use odometry and the IMU to traverse all across one side of Transdeck to get exactly in that square. It's not an easy task at all.
No. But it does really force autonomy. I mean, this is really where you have to use those pingers. You have to use the visual tasks to really get you in close and do those fine motor skills that you really need to compete in this task.
So just past about pi minutes on the clock, a little over 3 minutes left in this 20-minute runtime. And once again, we're doing best run counts. And so the teams will most likely run again and again and again for all of that time so that they can achieve a maximum point score. Not a cumulative point score, but out of those runs, the judges will select the one with the highest score per submarine in the case of a team like San Diego Robotics 101 that has 2 subs.
And it looks like, did the large one actually dive? So the large one's actually diving and heading through the gate, and I see the small one is now back on the dock. Or no, the
I
large
see the large one there on the dock
there
as well.
Okay.
So maybe having a little bit of reprogramming or a reset. That's another point to mention for people tuning in for the first time. The only place that reprogramming can happen is on the dock. There's no way to communicate with the submarines when they're running. So some teams choose to plug in a tether at the dock, and some teams use Wi-Fi on the robot that is only accessible when the sub is above the water.
Just under 2 minutes in the competition here for this run.
Yeah, it looks like they just recalibrated the mini sub, which will be going through the gate momentarily.
So could you tell us a little bit about your team?
Yeah. So
was it based off a project? Is it sort of a club? What kind of organization do you have?
So we all met in high school, and we started in like First Robotics. We're just mostly hobbyists, I guess. Yeah, so yeah, just like a club, and we just do this every year.
There goes that mini sub, and it looked to me like it passed just wide of the gate, and so it's being retrieved right away and being brought back by the diver. Hopefully About 1 minute left on the clock here. I'm hoping we'll see one more restart of the big sub. Looks to me like it's being set up at a 90-degree angle from the dock. So coin flip again. And we'll just be watching for that student on the dock to release it after calibrating the IMU again, and maybe we'll see one more launch. Not sure if our clock here is official to the second, but it's about 30 seconds left in the run. If we want to have a closer look at either of those subs, I've got some photos on my tablet here that I took earlier in the week when I go around to all the teams and look at their mechanical designs. We'll see if we want to throw that up on the screen. But over on the dock, seeing a diver wrangle the larger sub. So perhaps that's it for the time. Here's a close-up. You can see the main sub here and the mini sub off to the left. There's something showing some of the perception systems on board this machine. We've got a vision camera here. It looks to me like maybe a Raspberry Pi camera.
Yes, Raspberry Pi camera.
And here, and here, some hydrophones for the acoustics. And that's something you guys are still working on getting going.
Yep.
We've always been really excited seeing the work you've been doing electronically every year with a novel FPGA-based approach to the acoustics. But that's a difficult task. It takes some work, right?
We've been focusing more on just getting the motors fine-tuned and getting vision working. So sonar is maybe like a priority for future years. Yeah.
And there's a close-up of the mini sub with a little sunshade there over the forward-facing vision camera. Sometimes it's just little details like that that can make the difference out here in a real-world environment like Transtech. You've got bright sunlight, things like that. Sometimes I see teams even put a sunglasses lens over their camera. Jason, how do you feel about, we didn't have time at the beginning of the broadcast to show the team video. How do you feel about taking a look at your team video, and then we'll have a chat to the rest of the team over on the dock with Amy?
Sure.
Let's take a look at that team intro video.
We are San Diego Robotics 101. We're a team of high school and college students competing in RoboSub for our 4th year. Join us as we show you our robot, CubeSeption 3.5. Our computation is distributed across 6 Raspberry Pis. Each Pi has a specific role in the robot. The Pis communicate over Ethernet using a switch, with a protocol we implemented called Distributed Shared Memory. Decision-making is handled by a single Pi running a piece of software called the brain. The brain is implemented using a state machine. Each state contains directives for getting to and conditions for advancing the state. This state machine architecture yields a robust mission planning system. Due to the low throughput of the I/O on the Pi, we use FPGA shield cards to handle the input from our inertial, gyro, depth, and hydrophone sensors, and output to our 8 motor controllers and hydrophones. Our sub is equipped with 4 hydrophones, allowing for active and passive sonar capability. They are primarily used for localization with respect to our objectives. We have 2 Raspberry Pi cameras, one which faces forward and one facing downwards. We use an object detection algorithm to help us identify objects in the water to assist with navigation towards the objectives. The chassis is a solid aluminum cube. It was a challenge to get the welds and plugs completely watertight. The difficulty we faced in machining the cube paid off, since we can now easily add pylons and other attachments to its many flat faces. We have a separate battery compartment for ease of access. This means that we can remove the batteries without interfering with any of the other systems. This is an improvement over previous year's designs. The easy swapping and modularity of both our hardware and software speed up development time significantly and are core features of our robot. We hope you enjoyed this rough overview of CubeSeption 3.5. Come visit us at RoboSub 2017.
Well, Jason, thanks a lot for joining us up here. With all the overhead and the difficulty of managing a distributed team, to the RoboSub finals. You got a lot to be proud of.
Thanks.
Great job.
Let's have a look over on the dock where we've got Amy to check in with your teammates and see what they thought of that run.
All right, I'm here with Rahul, who is a software lead for San Diego Robotics 101. He's also very wet. He was down at the docks playing with all these robots. There was, I counted over a dozen runs, which is pretty amazing for having 2 subs. I guess that helps a lot. So how do you guys feel about your performance today?
I mean, clearly it wasn't exactly what we wanted, but I mean, we basically tried to be ambitious, and it didn't quite work out, but it's better than just, you know, sticking to the boring what we were doing in semifinals and pretty much not, like, we would probably land up like low on the finals list, and that's sort of not what we were going for. So
Yeah, I mean, you know, Murphy's Law, things happen. I know during practice that your kill switch actually broke, which cost you your entire practice session. How much did that affect your performance here at finals?
Yeah, so pretty much because we didn't get any practice time, we didn't get to test the whole mission plan, which was to do dice after the gate. So, you know, that run that we made it through the gate, we pretty much just stalled after that, and I think maybe if we had more time in practice, we would have been able to fix it, so I guess it did cost us in the end.
Well, we're so glad that you guys came out this year. We hope to see you next year. Is there anyone at home that you want to give a shout out to?
My mom, who's right there, actually. Yeah. Here you go.
Awesome. Well, I hope you guys enjoy the rest of the competition, and we'll see you next year.
All right, thank you so much.
Back to you, Zaz.
Well, that was a great run. Up next, we have Far Eastern Federal University from Vladivostok, and we're super happy to have up here joining us on the podium, Alexandra Zhikareva. Alexandra, thanks for joining us.
Hi, thank you.
Let's take a quick look at their team intro video.
Vladivostok city is located on the seashore on the Russian Far East. The surrounding nature pushes us to study the marine technology, and Far Eastern Federal University, in a collaboration with the Institute of Marine Technology Problems, has been training students to work with autonomous and remote-controlled underwater vehicles for the last 8 years. Since 2013, we've been participating in Singapore AV Challenge.
During COVID time, our team has created 4 autonomous vehicles, and the last one, what we used in Singapore, is considered to be the most reliable. So we decided just to upgrade it mechanically and mostly concentrate on its software.
This year we've got a combined team of students from Far Eastern Federal University and the Institute of Marine Technology Problems.
Our software was fundamentally revised. All the systems, including inter-process communication, were written from scratch. Our new graphical tool for visualizing data is writing as a web page, which allows to use it from web browser.
As you will see, our vehicle looks pretty much the same as previous year. The recent upgrades of our vehicle are the new cover, the new hydrophones manufactured here in Vladivostok, our magnetic reverse mechanism, and the revised electronics block.
Ever since FVFU first joined us here at RoboSub a few years ago, they've been a very strong, reliable team. Alexandra, how did you feel about your semifinals this week and being here in the finals?
Well, actually, I feel that we are a bit less prepared than last year because we had not so much training in the pool. And yeah, actually, our finals run might be a bit disappointing, so...
No such thing. If you're in the finals, that's not a disappointment for anyone. But yeah, let's take a look at how the semifinals went and what we might be able to expect here in the finals. Well, you mentioned that preparation maybe wasn't, or the amount of wind water practice wasn't as much as normal, but FEFU over the years has overcome some great obstacles. I remember one year when all of your sensors were lost by the airlines, and the DVL and everything was missing for days. So, in the grand scheme of things, hopefully this has been a good week for you.
Oh, well, yeah, actually, this week we also had a lot of troubles. We had to overcome some of them, and yeah, but who knows what else can go wrong, because
Well, some things must have gone right, because you're here in this final sequence. Every team, all of these 8 teams in the finals have really earned it this week. So we feel like a lot has been accomplished already. Got a lot to be proud of.
Yeah, we hope we can do our best, but...
So it looks like we're seeing here just getting set up on the dock. That's what I can see on my side monitor here. And the first thing that I noticed as soon as I saw the team this year was a new color scheme on the sub. You gave it a new paint job, striking yellow color. How do you feel about how it looks this year?
Well, I don't know. It looks a bit new, but I don't actually feel anything about that color. So.
Well, at least it helps us from this point of view see it in the water.
Yeah,
it shows up really well. There's a close-up photo that I took earlier this week. One thing that I thought was very interesting. Much of the design elements are similar, I think, to the previous year. But one thing I noticed was this custom Wi-Fi antenna that you guys actually designed, right?
Well, yeah, it was similar last year. The new thing we have this year is torpedoes, but so we're not gonna shoot them in the finals. So yeah, but we have the tool to do that.
So Zaz, I think they're ready on the dock. Do you want to give them the countdown?
Yep, we are ready to go. 20 minutes non-stop run clock starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start the clock. Yeah, just a little picture there as we get started. You can see those torpedoes down there. Looks good. But once again, we won't be expecting to see them here in this final sequence.
So actually, they even took them off the vehicle before the run because something was wrong with them or something like that.
Yeah, extra equipment on the sub that can be removed. It's often a good idea to do it because it saves weight. You can get a weight bonus, and also it can lead to some drag in the water, maybe point the sub a different way. Will you be doing a coin flip? I can't quite tell from the dock image here.
No, we're not doing coin flip.
So can you tell us what your plan is?
Well, optimistic plan is gates lanes to random pingers, so the roulette and surfacing within the cachine. So
it looks like it is off the dock.
It's off, yes. And so, once again, the acoustics is just a really unique part of this competition, and that's something you've always been very strong in. And there's big points available for pingers and especially random pingers. All the teams will pick a color, I imagine, since there's no penalty to doing it.
I think our is red.
It's a nice shot here from our overhead camera, and we can hopefully see whether it goes onto that red side of the gate. The red side is, from the sub's point of view, the right-hand side of the gate, marked with that big strip of red flashing.
And they get a bonus 150 points if they do pass in the color that he called.
And there we see reorienting. At what point does the submarine start to listen to its acoustic system?
After it passes the gate, maybe so after that.
Okay, so for people watching out there, it'll be totally expected to see the sub maybe pause for a bit, maybe wait. Acoustics is a tricky business, and motor noise, even motor controller noise, can interfere with the subs listening for the pinger. I believe that 30 kilohertz is our pinger frequency in this final sequence. Yes. And we can see it reorienting, giving us a nice little 360-degree view of its design.
I'm not actually sure of what it is doing now. So.
That's can always be the way with robots. It's very tough for us to know why they're doing what they're doing. We have no communications with it, so we just have to observe its behavior.
And in this pool, you do have acoustic reverb. So while I may think it's over here, it's really hearing that echo. So that's one of the really tough things about the acoustics here is that not only are you listening for the main sound, but you also got to figure out where what's echoes, what's real, and the longer the distance, the less sound it is.
We actually had some contention earlier in the week because there was a pinger that was quite close to the wall here, and some teams were saying that the echo bouncing off the wall was stronger than the direct signal from the pinger, and the subs were nearly crashing into the wall because of it.
Yes, that's one of the reasons why acoustics is so important here and so high, because it is difficult.
So seeing a restart here. Once again, we will watch from up here to see what the one dock representative that's allowed will do here. But we won't see a tether get hooked up because you can talk wirelessly to the sub when it's on the surface, correct?
Yeah. It might be the problems with the computers. We sometimes have our computers just the acoustic off for no reason, and so we had that issue on every run. So it might be that or something else. I'm not sure.
Well, this competition underwater is always unpredictable. You get out there and things are working, and that's the tough part of being in this environment.
It's also, for people who are maybe tuning in for the first time, really worth mentioning that this has been a stressful week for all the students. They've been working constantly. They test in pools overnight. They're staying at the conference hotel. They have the conference hotel pool from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. And so after all this work, after all sleepless nights, it's easy to make mistakes too. Forget to charge a battery or something like that. So all of these things come into play.
Yeah, it's amazing just watching how much time these students put in, and then but what I see is that time is so worthwhile. The coming in here to when they leave, the amount of learning is just tremendous.
And yet, with all the time being spent getting the robot working, as we showed in our video earlier, we see that the students often have time to go around and swap ideas, help each other out. Alexandra, did you have some spare time so far this week to go and talk to other teams and see what other people are doing?
Well, not much actually, because this year I think we had much more problems than previous years, so we've been solving them constantly, and so yeah, almost no time to.
It's just a tough week.
Yeah, really tough.
So what I really like about this competition this year is we kind of set up a bunch of tents and allow for that. So there's kind of a game room, and allows them to just cooperate and just discuss things and exchange ideas in a very friendly environment. And I was just surprised about how well it was used, and just watching the team members just share all their experience and exchanging that information.
And sometimes even take a nap or two. Yes. Like people, again, they're having sleepless nights at the pool, and they're coming here and working all day, and there's just not a good place to just close your eyes for a minute and get a little rest. So we had some nice inflatable chairs, and I definitely saw more than a few students take just a quick 30-minute nap. Well earned.
So your robot looks like it's off.
Yeah, I think it's went for a run again.
Really nice diver cam view here, and we can see it looking like it's heading towards the black side of the gate.
And once again, we don't know what that side is, because that can be chosen for each separate run. So you can choose red or black every single run, and if you are flipping heads or you're flipping the coin, that's chosen for every single run as well.
That's right. So the judges, very scrupulous. They will ask the teams before every run, what color are you betting on? Do you want to flip the coin? Do you want the random pinger? All those questions, just to make sure everything is completely recorded in their judges' logbooks before the run. We passed the gate there on black, and now we're seeing it come right through. We've got those dice buoys there in the foreground. But we are hoping to see the robot orientate itself towards one of the pingers. Did you say you were choosing the random pinger?
I'm not sure of if they're choosing them now or not. because like we had two plans. So the optimistic one was with random pingers, and we had like other plan that was deterministic, and I'm not sure of what it's doing now.
So up here on the commentary desk, we do not know what pinger is on. Only the judges and the robot know. So we watch and see what the robot does, and that's how we learn what pinger is on.
There you can see him going right over the slot machine and that yellow handlebar to the right there.
Slot machine is not marked by a pinger. The only way that the submarine can find the slot machine is visually. There's one path marker that points towards it, but these distances, once again, are quite long in the finals, so that's actually a difficult visual search task for the robot.
So what's new for this year?
As I've mentioned, torpedoes, but we're not using them. The vision is new because this year we are using neural networks for our vision, and we're also planning to use the vision to determine on which pinger we're on. So the vision system is almost completely new.
Were the cameras new as well?
No, the cameras are old. They are quite good, so we decided that we don't need a new one.
Well, yeah, good cameras are expensive, and every new piece of equipment has problems that you don't know about. So if you've got a good piece of equipment, it's often worth sticking with it. We've got a great view there from overhead. We can see the BioGold chip to the left of the submarine, and right in front of it the roulette wheel, and that's one of the tasks that's marked by a pinger. So if we are in fact navigating to that pinger, then maybe we can conclude that that's the pinger that's on. There we have the robot turning around, so looks to me like that's the one with the active pinger right now.
So does your robot essentially search, and then as it essentially goes down?
First it searches like for the pinger, then it tries to recognize the roulette using vision to go a little bit deeper, and then trying to shoot the markers in it. As for now, I'm not sure of what it's doing as well, so it's very difficult to say. It seems like it's very close to the surface.
In fact, it looks like it actually surfaced. Quick rules clarification for people tuning in. The submarine, if it surfaces, that ends a run. There is only one exception to that rule, which is in the square, the cash-in chips square. If the sub surfaces there, that's actually a point-scoring move, and it can continue to another pinger task afterwards. It's just past the 10-minute mark, a little over 9 minutes left on the clock, so we could see all of what we just saw and more in some new runs. Once again, there's no risk in this final sequence to doing another run. We've moved away in the finals from last run counts to best run counts. So that means we'll hopefully see teams just run and see which run knocks up the best score.
So once again, one of the things that has impressed me was just, watching how deliberate your sub is. You can very much tell where, it's searching for the gate or doing that, and then, that when it actually gets enough data to make a decision, it, executes the maneuver and then continues on. So that kind of speaks to some of the robustness of the coding that you guys are going forward. And while your vision may be new, I think we still see those things that we're looking for in this autonomous competition, where just like us, we wait to collect enough data to make a decision, and then you see the executed decisions. That's what I think. Underwater just sometimes takes a lot longer because things are not as clear. Things, from the vision perspective, that thing changes what it looks like slightly, and just takes enough time to really say, yes, your confidence is where it is.
Moving also to a machine learning vision system, in some ways is a big move because you've gone from sort of tweaking these feature-based vision detectors to training with a lot of data. So, Alexandra, can you tell us how you went about training the vision system?
We had a pre-trained model that we brought here, and we used photos from the first day and transfer learning approach. It was about, I'm not sure, 500 to 1,000 photos. So we used it and it seems to work. Then we collected photos from the next days as well. And but we didn't have time to train it on more photos just because we had other issues. So.
And also labeling those training photos is an intensive task. And
yeah,
you're
we
a
were
small
sitting
team.
like the whole team was sitting and drawing that rectangles on the roulette. So.
When did that happen? When did you find time to all sit down and
It was the first day or second day, something like that. So after the first day training, of course, at night in the hotel.
Yeah, that's just something that I really want everyone watching to be aware of. That these machine learning approaches, they're producing some very, very interesting results, but they're still labor intensive in their own way.
Yes.
Because people have to label images and they have to train and evaluate the networks.
Have you found a lot? Were you able to train those on the pool that you tested in at your school?
No, we didn't. Only that photos, so we didn't have time for that because actually we only had a week of training or something like that because there were some other problems so we didn't train it at home, only here.
Okay. So it looks like your sub has departed the dock and is heading once again for its next run.
So heading off now on another run, looking good towards the gate. Once again, we don't know up here which color they picked, but we just hope that the sub does the right thing.
I'm not sure if it is going straight to the gate. It seems like it might hit it or something like that.
It's tough to see. This competition is very, very three-dimensional, and so all our camera angles have their own perspective problems. And so
it did.
We just can't tell. It looked like it was going to hit the post, but it went through on red just fine. Quick announcement for those watching. I've just been informed that we're having some technical difficulties with the live stream, and so we're going to have to reboot the live stream. So after this run, when there's nothing to miss, we're going to reboot that live stream, and it'll maybe be down for about 5 minutes as everything gets reset, but hopefully we won't miss any action. But please, if you're watching on the live stream, be aware that reboot is going to happen, and we will be back. We will not be leaving you midstream. So if the stream goes down, stay tuned. Reload the page if you need to, but we'll be back in just a couple of minutes after we do that reboot.
Absolutely. Do not miss it. We still got plenty more teams coming up, and each of them has a chance to really hit many of these tasks. And they have demonstrated that throughout this week, that there's not one task that any one of these teams haven't attempted and accomplished.
Yeah, we've really seen some very high scores here throughout the week, and just exciting to see what these robots have been capable of. So as we go through this sequence, I think you'll see some things that are quite striking and quite interesting to see what these teams have been able to accomplish.
And Zaz, I tell you, I think the challenges on these tasks have really come up. Just with the dice and buoys, now you got to decide. It's not just color. It's you're deciding by shapes and numbers, like on the dice. Their manipulation tasks combined with torpedoes. I mean, the fact that all the points are now essentially the tasks are all independent of points. They can play chips in the roulette. They can play essentially in the cash-in. They can get other chips that you can play on each of those. So they're no longer single tasks. It really, this year, it's an integrated competition where all the tasks play together. And I think that's really going to cause the teams to think strategically and try to take that strategic thinking and then code that somehow in a robot to essentially duplicate what we have to do.
Yeah, that's right, Dan, and that's something, I skipped through the course intro pretty fast because we were wanting to hit our time slots. And one thing I only touched on with the dice buoys is the fact that this course almost completely changed this year. Normally there's very incremental changes in RoboSub, but a lot of new stuff this year that teams had to deal with for the first time. So we were expecting performance in this RoboSub, I think, to be a little more hit and miss because of all those changes, and the teams have really stepped up. They've done an amazing job this year coping with some drastic changes to the course.
But once again, the students love a challenge, and I would say that they all rose up, and there's not a task that they haven't tried and attempted and scored points on. So
That's right.
It's really why do we do this? Is for the students, and they always seem to rise to that challenge.
Speaking of rising up, Dan, where it looks like the pinger being selected here is under the cash-in chips. That's the first time we've seen this so far in the final sequence. And this one, I've just been informed, was not random. They chose this task, but we can see the robot is doing the correct thing, and it will be rising up. And if it surfaces in the middle of that square, that's going to be a lot of points for the team. So we're on tenterhooks here watching this as we see it orient itself under the square.
So for those of you on the live stream, this task essentially has different places to go down and either put their own chips that they brought into them with the casino or pick them up from below. And we have yellow, green, and black. And essentially they have to not only figure out where this is through acoustics, they have to use vision for fine-tuning where the surface, and it looks like it's coming to the surface.
And if it breaks the surface, breaks the surface inside the square.
Hear it from behind.
So that's a lot of points. Just to come to the surface. It looks like actually the status element at the top of the sub got a little caught there on the square, and we heard for a run end there.
Yep.
But that, just once again, for the people watching, to surface in that square when that has the active pinger, even regardless of the funnels, that's a lot of points.
That's a lot of points.
I think it got caught because one of our thrusters actually broke when we had a semifinal run, our first semifinal run. It was mainly the reason we did nothing, and now it has some difficulties to surface, to go up and down, because only one of the thrusters work.
All right, so as this gets swum back, we're going to reboot that live stream. I'm not sure if we're going to continue, if our audio is going to continue here on the site. I hope it will. But if you're watching the live stream, do not go away. We're just going to reboot that stream and make sure all our technical stuff is sorted out. So just stay tuned. We'll be back. So we're back here at the 21st annual RoboSub Finals here at TransTech in San Diego. We've just seen Far Eastern Federal University have a run, which was actually a great run because the finals course changes from what teams have seen during the week. So if they are able to do during the finals what they could do during the week, that's a big success. Alexandra, I hope you're really happy with what the sub was able to do, and thanks for joining us.
Well, thank you as well.
So let's go over to the dock with Amy and see how the rest of the team felt about that.
All right, I'm here with Andre from FEFU. He's a programmer on the team. You guys had 3 really great runs. You made it through the gate each time. And that last run, you found the cash-in, you surfaced, it was so exciting. How do you feel about your team's performance?
We do the same tasks as at semifinals, and we will hope we can do the roulette and cash-in, but we don't have a lot of time to test these tasks together on practice, and we hoped that at the finals we can do these tasks, but we don't have time to test, and we can only cash in, and I think our team should do more tasks. I think our team should do roulette and cash in, but our vehicle, we have a lot of troubles with our vehicle. We broke one thruster, a lot of problems with the acoustics and vision system, and but we do a cash-in. Maybe I do think it's.
It's a tough challenge, I know, and despite all of your challenges, you still had a great performance. How does it feel coming all this way and making it to semifinals, and now you're done?
I'm excited in semifinals. I'm very tired, and all team members are very tired, and we don't.
You're relieved. At a loss for words, right? Well, is there anyone at home you want to give a shout out to? Anyone at home watching the webcast? Or
I hope that friends of our team and maybe parents watch our finals.
Awesome. Well, great job. Hope you come back next year and just enjoy the rest of the competition.
Thank you. I think in next year we will compete in RoboSub.
Awesome. We'll look forward to it. Back to you, Zaz.
Thanks a lot, Amy. Up next, we have a team that's been with us in quite a few RoboSub competitions as well, Harbin Engineering University, and joining us up here on the commentary podium is Wang Xiaoyang. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
We will talk to you a little bit before, in a bit later. I talked to you earlier in the competition about all your innovative vision system, so we'll discuss that. But first of all, let's take a look at Harbin's team intro video. Now, Harbin has just had a fantastic week out here at RoboSub. They've just been tackling everything on this course in an amazing way. Let's have a really quick look at a recap of what they did in this week's semifinals, and then we'll start the clock for their run.
Harbin Engineering University from China went for the big money during semifinals by finding and entering the casino, following 3 path markers, and shooting craps by hitting the dice buoy. They then worked that roulette wheel by placing markers in the bin just before cashing in their chips into the funnels.
So we're just doing a check here if they're ready for us to start the clock over the dock. As soon as we get confirmation of that, we'll do a countdown. But let's, while we just wait for that signal, Xiaoyang, how did you feel about the performance so far in the competition, and will you be trying to exceed that performance or just sort of keep it where it is for the finals?
Yes, I feel quite satisfied with what we were done, and we have troubleshooting a lot of problems, and I think I'm quite confident with the performance in the finals, but and we add one more task in the finals.
Oh, wow.
The torpedo firing, we've never done it before. So,
wow,
yeah, let's see.
That's going to be really exciting. So, yeah.
That's what we like to see. We like to see you try something new every time.
Yeah.
So that's this is really going to be great. Once again, for people who are tuning in for the first time to RoboSub, finals are they're a squirrely beast. Lots of things can happen in the finals. We never know if it's going to match what we saw during the week. So it's really great to see something new be attempted. I think they're ready for a countdown. So I'm going to give them the start of the 20-minute continuously running clock in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start the clock. So hopefully we'll be able to see what's happening over here on the dock. And as we get
that
over
clock's
there,
moving fast.
yeah, well, that clock is not doing what it's supposed to be doing. So maybe we won't watch that clock.
Yes. The judges keep the accurate time, so
Yes.
we could go reset it from the judges' clock.
This is not the official clock here on the screen, so don't worry about that. We've seen the sub get released, and Dan, did you get word back from the dock on whether they flipped a coin and what color they've bet on?
So yes, I got that the coin toss came in as tails, and that they bet on red. So let's see if they go on the red side.
Yeah.
And they are doing a random pinger, which means that we won't know which course is which. Neither will, essentially, you guys at the dock. The only one that's going to know is your sub.
Yeah, we saw it went through on red, so we got lots of points racking up there on the board already.
Yeah.
As we just see the sub doing its thing here, one of the most striking things to long-time RoboSub watchers is the fact that you guys completely redesigned the sub this year.
Yeah.
Used to be that yellow fish-shaped shaped submarine.
We built a new one, and I think it's more compact, and more flexible. So now it's move around the dice and looking for the 5 and 6, I think.
Yes, going for maximum points in the shoot craps task. Maximum points will be for bumping dice that add to 11, a 5 and a 6.
Yeah.
And I joked with Dave. I said, what if we just bump the 1 11 times? But I don't think that actually is a valid move.
It takes a lot of time.
I think it has to be 2. I think that's in the rules. I may be wrong, but there we go. That's a bump on the 6.
6.
Yes.
Yeah.
I just want to point one thing out here that I hadn't noticed. That if you look at that 6 die, Dave's been tricky on that too. You notice that the 6s are in a vertical orientation on 2 faces and a horizontal orientation on the others.
Oh yeah.
So Dave's really.
Yeah, you need to handle the invariance to direction.
Now we see
like
it dropping
it's
down
lowering
towards the 5.
Towards 5. Yeah.
This is already just an amazing run.
But once again, you guys have been pretty consistent throughout, being able to get to these dice, being able to identify them. So once again, that speaks to just the robustness of your code in various conditions here.
Yeah.
Because lighting can change very, very much.
Yeah,
how you see
it. Because we use learning method, and we are here. We add some capture the images to the training site, so its performance is improved. Yeah.
So that we just saw the 5 get bumped. So that was it. That was maximum points on the craps task. Once again, with respect to points, we obviously can't give any official scores up here on the commentary desk, but we've read the rules. We know what things are worth, and that 11 is worth the that's the highest bonus on the craps task.
Yes.
Yes.
So what's your plan next? Is it to go to the pinger tasks?
Yeah, we go directly for the pinger. It depends on which pinger is on. And after all the pingers tasks are done, we may come back for the torpedo firing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So once again, we won't know which pinger is on. Only the robot knows. So and of course the course technical directors. But up here, we don't know. We just watch the robot.
Yeah.
So we're just going to look, see where it looks to be pointing, and it's tough to see there. I think there's a gold ship
go to the
up.
cash
Yep,
in.
there we go, going towards cash in.
Yeah.
I really hope we get to see the sub pick up some balls, because you have a very interesting gripper for picking up the balls. Can you tell us a little bit about that design?
Yeah, it's we have some poles, and there are balls at the end of this poles. Once the ball is in between the poles, it will be stuck in, and there is a board in the middle. It moves up and down to filter the balls. It decide when you want to release it, just move it down, and the balls will be pushed out. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a close-up there of the gripper, really clever design, and you can also see the torpedo tubes there to the right as well.
Yeah, I like it very much. I hope it's me who designed it. It's really yeah, fantastic.
So it looks like the sub is back towards the roulette wheel.
Yeah, so
yeah.
Well, I wonder what happened there. Whether whether this is the first pinger, because it didn't actually do anything that I saw on the chips task.
Yeah.
Once again, with acoustics, it could have been moving towards, essentially an echo, and then essentially brought back. So that's, once again, we don't get to hear what's in the water. It's really the subs are making all these decisions, and they're very complicated.
Yeah.
With the roulette task again, we're just going to sort of watch and see what we see here. If it attempts the roulette task, there's a couple of things it can do. The sub has 2 blue golf balls that it can carry, and it can drop them in the color that was bet on. And there's also, near that roulette wheel, there's a station where it can retrieve a gold golf ball, which is a gold chip.
Yeah.
But once again, just like playing roulette, they get to call the color. So they get more points for putting it in the color that they called.
Yeah. We'll put it in the red.
You try to put it in the red, right? Because that's the color called for the gate.
Yeah.
There we go. I just saw the balls drop, but then we cut off. And we have, looks like 2 in red.
2 in red. Nice job.
That's wonderful. You really, seeing that image right there, you really get an idea of how tough this task is for the robots, because it's tough for us even to tell the difference between red and black down there.
Right.
The red color is what disappears quickest under the water. The frequencies in red get filtered out by the water, and so just a tough vision task down there under the water.
Yeah, I think the caching is even more complicated.
Yeah, red and green, very tough to tell apart.
Yeah.
So your robot looks to be heading back towards the cache-in. Oh, it's right there at that task.
Yeah.
Yep, so we can
and
see
now it's
here.
going down.
So first it tracks the pinger and the station itself right above the pinger. Then start the vision task search and identify. First is for the red balls. Yeah.
Really nice view there, showing the way that those golf balls are set on those plates there. One thing that's worth pointing out here too, those golf balls, they do sink, but they don't sink fast. They move around a lot in the water.
And they surface
in the square.
So that's 1,000 points for surfacing. Now you're back down.
Yeah.
So is your plan to go get the balls and
go
start
get
to collect
the ball.
them?
Yeah, we will try to grab the balls for at most 4 times. If all the balls are in hand or 4 trials has been down, it will continue to work to surf with the balls. And let's see.
Yeah, we really hope so. But as I was saying, with those balls, they're not easy to pick up for the robot because they move around a lot in the water, and you can't see it right now, but the sub is moving a lot of water around with its thrusters. It's creating all kinds of currents just to stay in place, and so picking up those balls isn't always easy.
Yeah. After the first pick, the balls moves, and if it's at the edge, it's quite hard to pick it up.
So, there it goes.
Yeah, it goes for the first pick.
And I see 1 ball fell off, but you still have the opportunity to get a number?
Yeah.
2 reds I hear being picked up?
Yeah, it moved up to do another identification to see if there is any ball left in there. Yeah.
But that's exactly what we were talking about. Those water currents can very easily push the balls off the platform, like we just saw there. So this is a very challenging task, and I reckon most people out there, if you were trying to remote control a sub to do this, you'd have trouble with it.
Yeah, this is second trial.
And seeing 1 left on the platform, that may mean the sub has picked 1 up. We can't see from this angle. Once again, very clever programming by the teams to have it check the platform and see how many balls are still there.
Yes.
And it's making it, looks like searching again and making a 3rd attempt.
Yes.
Nice.
It's going for the one on the bottom. That's the purpose of the line. Just they can't get past the stand.
Yeah, the ball is moving.
Once again, you saw the ball for those is essentially moving there.
Yeah.
Went to one side, then it's going right back to the other. So it makes it very difficult for vision systems to say this is where it is or this is as it's moving.
Yeah, this is the last attempt.
Yeah, it's been lined up the past 3 times on the one on the bottom.
But it looks like it had. Oh no.
Yeah, it had. No, it's
still
still there.
So
trying to get a look here. That's the back of the sub, so we still can't see if it did.
I think it's going to check the pinger again and then checking the pinger.
I think I got word from behind me that we have 2 in the gripper. Oh, yep, we can see it there. It's got 2 balls there. Very nice. As it gets to the top, once again, it can drop those balls in any funnel, but if it gets them in the red funnel, that's the maximum points.
Well, actually, if they go pick the gold up, that's the maximum points.
Sorry.
It's the middle points. Middle level points.
Well, for those red balls,
correct,
their best place to put them is the red funnel.
Yeah, that's right. But for safety, since it's too near to the wall, so we decided to put it into the yellow funnel.
Okay.
The one merged in the water.
And also 2 of those funnels are on the surface and 2 are just below the surface because this is a submarine competition. So we wanted the teams to have an option to stay under the water if necessary to drop off their payload.
When I was at the 6:30 meeting, you got the number 1 place to pick.
Yeah.
And so it was. Traditionally, they normally pick the last slot, but you guys changed up your strategy. What was your strategy with picking this time slot?
Because then we are doing the training. At this time, we always do the best work. So we don't know why, but maybe the sunlight is right at this time. So
let's take a look at what's happening here. The sub is inching into position there over the yellow funnel, and we hope to see that gripper release the balls. And I'm hearing from the diver that 1 went in, and we can see it there, and the other dropped next to it.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Nice job.
And so will it go again for the green?
Yeah, we will. Still first.
So it looks like it's heading down towards the green?
Station above the pinger, and then search for the green balls.
We're really getting a sense here of how long it takes for a submarine to attempt all the tasks in this competition. 20 minutes is not a long time.
Yeah.
We're nearly 13 minutes in of the first run, and the sub is still going with what it's doing. So you really need to make use of all this time to try and accomplish all the tasks on this course. It's not easy.
Yeah.
So you may notice that it looks like one of those green balls is slightly off from where it was, just because of the thrust moving that water around from going to the other side from the other task.
That's right, Dan. Everything looks very static there to us, but that water's moving around like crazy as that sub blasts water through its thrusters. If there was sort of dirt or silt being stirred around, we'd really see how much that water is moving.
That's one of the reasons why we do lift those tasks up, is to keep that dirt and silt out, so that it provides an adequate visibility.
I hope it won't recognize the red ball as a green ball.
Yeah.
So have you noticed at all when your sub comes over top of it? Does it make the vision system any difficult because the sunlight is such a shadow?
That's right. Yeah.
So it looks like it's down for another attempt.
Yeah.
One green has been picked up. I can hear the divers saying behind me. This task actually is very close to us here on the podium, just right behind us. And so we're getting to eavesdrop a little bit on the diver communications. So that was 1 or 2 attempts. Sorry, I lost track. How many times?
This is the second.
This is the second.
For green.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. And we're expecting 4.
4, right.
4 attempts.
No, only 1 ball left.
So it looks like there's only 1 ball left on the platform.
Yeah.
I really have to sort of just focus people's attention again on how clever this manipulator design is, because if it was a claw or something like that, you wouldn't be able to easily open it again to get another ball without dropping the one that you had. But this allows the robot to try multiple times to grip without losing any.
Yeah.
Very innovative design.
I think it picks
Looks
up
like they
all the
got all
balls.
of them.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Without surfacing or coming back, so that's really time savings for you.
Yeah.
And the one thing that we didn't mention here is time is actually worth points. So if you complete tasks, the minimum threshold of tasks, and come back with points, that's extra bonus points you get.
Yeah.
So not only do you have to do the tasks, but doing them as quickly as possible is really part of this trade-off, this big trade-off system that you have to program.
Yeah, I think it saves a lot of time if you have two robots work simultaneously.
Yeah, that's something that some of the teams, when they first started to think about using two robots, the main motivation was because there's just so much stuff on this course. It's a lot for one robot to do, just in terms of time.
Yeah.
This is just a super exciting run right now. The robot's got 4 green balls in its gripper. And whoever designed that gripper, just congratulations to them, because that's just a mechanical marvel in this competition. And we're going to hopefully see the robot drop these in a funnel. The green funnel is at the surface. So do you know, will you go for the yellow again?
Surface.
Yeah, the yellow again, because we can't reach out the water.
But they also get points for when they surface with those objects. So not only, surfacing is 1 point, they get an extra 400 when they surface with them.
Yeah, engineering, of course, is the art of making clever trade-offs, and so the trade-off of a extremely clever gripper design like this at the bottom of the sub means that it can't reach up above the sub and access those top funnels. So the trade-off here is to go for the yellow.
Yeah.
3 minutes left on the clock, so
hopefully.
Oh yes, that's true.
The clock's going, so we really don't know what the time is.
That's true. I was told that the clock was fixed and that is the correct time, but pinch of salt, of course. But what I was going to say about that is we won't have, if that's correct, we won't have a lot of time for the sub
I think it's locked
to go for the torpedoes.
Yeah. Now it's going to drop the green balls into the
there's looks like 4 are falling.
Just missed the funnel there.
But you can see how slow they do fall. They're very much just slightly heavy.
Yeah. So when you're playing golf, I guess you just lose your balls in the water trap.
These are modified balls.
Yeah. I'm not sure the red and green ones are. I think only the gold ones are modified. Seeing some switching there on the video on our view, but the sub now moving on. With luck, we'll get to see it have just a quick attempt on the torpedo task.
So do you plan to manipulate the slot arms so you can get to the small stuff?
We will. Yeah.
So what were your how are you going to manipulate the arm? What's the design feature that allows you to do that?
Just use the vision system to estimate the location of it and move the robot above it, then move down.
Move down?
Yeah. So we don't know which part of the robot will touch the handle.
So the diver's there tracking the sub. You can see that disturbance on the surface of the water. That's the thruster wash. So giving you again an idea of how much water is moving around under there, even though you can't see it.
Descending very closely.
Folks, if you're watching this, you're seeing something that's just never been tried here in RoboSub this week. The Harbin team attempting to dislodge those fruit to uncover to pull the handle of that slot machine and uncover the high-scoring covered up slots at the top of the slot machine. Once again, this is just something that's experimental at this point. Hasn't been tried this week.
Yeah.
Very exciting to watch.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's still searching for the slot.
This is an example of something which we didn't have time to mention yet, but a very innovative vision system on the robot this year.
Yeah.
2 stereo cameras, and then the stereo pairs can be selected to choose a shorter or a longer baseline for close-up or far-away targets.
Yeah.
Then that was something that you worked on, is that right?
Yeah, the problem is you have to synchronize these 4 cameras. That's the key. Yeah.
To get an accurate correlation map, those images need to be taken at the same time. Now, we don't know whether that clock's right again. Even if it is, my guess is maybe because we've never seen this before.
Yeah, we'll kill it.
Oh, they've killed it. I thought maybe they might just let it run and see what happened. But
So the run is over.
the run is over.
What a wonderful
That
run.
is amazing. Fantastic run. You must be very happy with that.
Yeah, very happy with that. Yeah. We almost do everything we want to do. Yeah.
It's really hard to describe the difficulty. You know, the things that we take for granted, you guys really have to, program every single thing of that into that robot. So it does what it needs to do. And the fact that you can do that over and over and over again consistently through your qualifying, your semi-qualifying, working your way all up to this tremendous run. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's set the bar high for this final sequence, that's for sure. For those people watching, the only thing that we didn't see attempted in that run in terms of course elements was the gold chip purchasing. So that's just something that if you're watching us, stay with us. You might get see a sub get to attempt that task, which we haven't seen yet. But other than that, this was just an amazing run. Exactly what we wanted to see, and I'm very much sure what you wanted to see from the team effort.
Yeah.
But hopefully makes a hard week feel worth it.
Yeah, because we come a long way to here, so we don't want to fail.
Yes,
others. Yeah,
a long way physically, and then just in terms of the fact that your team has worked really hard on this for several years now. A staple of this competition. It's always been great to see you here, and to see that work come to fruition like that. It's just wonderful.
Thank you.
As we wait for our doc interview, are we ready for? Okay, let's in just a sec. First of all, I'd like to say thanks, Xiaoyang. Really great to have you up here, giving us that informed commentary on what the robot was doing.
Yeah.
Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Just fantastic. Let's go over to the doc and Amy and see what the rest of the team thought of that.
All right, I'm here with Hanwin and Sangza, and we're very excited, right? How excited are you?
Yes, I'm very excited.
That was such an awesome run. You guys made it through the gate. One solid run. You got to the dice buoy, the roulette wheel, cashed in. I think you picked up all the golf balls, right? Yeah. Narrowly missed getting all of them into the funnel, and then started working that slot machine. How do you feel about that run?
Perfect. Yes, that's all.
Awesome. So what are some of the challenges? I mean, you guys make it look so easy. I mean, you've been one of the teams to beat this week, but what are some of the challenges that you faced?
I think fix a problem on site is a challenge. We met some problem with our Doppler odometry and USB system, and we fixed it several days before. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, you guys did a great job. So happy to have you here in the finals. So exciting. Is there anyone at home you want to give a shout out to?
Yes. Thanks to all the people who have helped us. Thank you. Thank you.
Awesome. That's so exciting. I'm so happy for you guys. So hope to see you next year. And congratulations.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Thank you. All right. You're welcome. Back to you, Zaz.
All right. So thanks a lot, Amy. Up next, we have a perennial favorite in this competition. They've even pulled off a three-peat on one occasion, Cornell University. And we're super happy to have up here on the commentary desk Anthony Viego. Welcome, Anthony.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
How are you guys feeling?
We're feeling good. We've definitely run into some trials this RoboSub, but I think we've done a great job definitely working out those kinks, and we've made it to finals, so we're happy to show you guys what we can do.
Well, we're going to have a lot to talk about during this run because your team is pretty much the pioneer of the two-robot approach, so we'll have lots of technical stuff to discuss. But first off, let's take a quick look at the team intro video.
CUAV is the foremost engineering project team at Cornell University. Consisting of 45 undergraduate students, our team offers a holistic engineering experience developing cutting-edge technology. Students control the entire design, manufacturing, testing, and revision cycle. Our two newest subs, Castor and Pollux, are the next evolutionary step of AUV technology.
The software team develops services for controls, vision, and mission planning. This year, we redesigned many parts of our core infrastructure. Castor and Pollux are now powered by NVIDIA Jetsons for GPU-accelerated machine learning, which required a complete overhaul and containerization of our development environment.
The electrical team designs, populates, and tests custom circuit boards that are responsible for distributing power, collecting sensor data, communicating with the software stack, and controlling the mechatronics of the submarine. This year, we redesigned our boards to reduce the size of our electrical system and ensure that they are interchangeable between Castor and Pollux.
Every year, the mechanical team designs, simulates, manufactures, and integrates 2 completely new vehicles. Mechanical members spent over 800 hours machining the 180 custom parts for Castor and Pollux. This year, a new DVL and fewer external enclosures make Castor the smallest vehicle to date.
Well, there you go. Cornell, always a huge favorite at this competition, not just because of their technical prowess, but also because they're just a very helpful team. Lots of teams told me this year that they had contacted Cornell over the past year by email and received some assistance from you guys, worked with you guys. I saw some high school teams here get help from some of your members. So you guys are just a mainstay of this competition.
Thank you. Yeah. We definitely love to share as much of our knowledge as we can with the other teams here. We really believe that this competition is great, not just for being able to be here and show what we can do, but also just what everybody here can really do to improve just AUV technology and show kind of a nice competitive but also very friendly spirit.
Yeah, and on that note, if you're out there, if you're watching the webcast, by all means, send us your questions. We've got our team reps here who will help us answer them. The place to send those questions is robosubqa@gmail.com or tweet them with a hashtag AskRoboSub.
In fact, if you're alumni, send us some pictures of the viewing parties and support your teams.
Absolutely. We know that we have some very strong alumni communities out there watching, having RoboSub Finals viewing parties. So send us your photos, either email them or tweet them, hashtag RoboSub, hashtag RoboNation. We see the subs there getting in the water.
And Cornell, I tell you, your alumni were strong this week coming by. I met 10 or 15 of your ex-people coming through here, so once again, thanks for that.
Oh yeah, definitely. We have a lot of alumni and also a lot of current members who just came in, flown in to support the team, so we're really happy to have them, and yeah.
Yeah, not just coming here to support the team directly. We had Cornell alumni here as sponsors too. We had, for example, a Cornell alumnus from the team who's now at SpaceX. He's a great guy. I always like to talk to him at RoboSub. It was really awesome to see him here from the sponsor front.
Yep.
Anyway, let's take a quick sort of look at what happened in the semifinals. First of all, how do you guys feel about their performance in semifinals? Do you think it was showcasing what the team is capable of this year?
Yeah, so I believe that our first semifinal run did not go as we hoped, but I believe that we managed to see a lot of the issues with our current plan and what was going on with our subs, and we were able to fix it for our second semifinal run, where we were able to successfully track the pingers to roulette, where we were able to drop a ball into the red and just barely miss for the second ball, and then also managed to track over to cash but not quite actually see the task there. And I believe it shows that we can definitely track and locate and complete.
Awesome. Well, we actually captured a bunch of that on video on our cameras, so let's take a quick look at our semifinals recap for Cornell.
Cornell University put it all on the table during semifinals by entering the casino, following a path marker, and playing the odds at the roulette wheel.
Nice job. So we're just waiting now on the official word from over on the dock to do the countdown. So as soon as we get that, we'll start the clock. But we can see on our camera here, maybe we'll show it on the webcast camera, getting set up at the dock.
And once again, it took a little extra time because they have 2 vehicles this year. Can you tell us what the name of your 2 vehicles are?
Sure. Our larger sub is named Castor, and our smaller one is Pollux. I mean, actually, to be honest, over the years, our mini sub has become a little bit less mini. So if it's more helpful, the square one is Pollux.
That's right. So we should be seeing a very exciting final sequence here because, once again, those individual subs can be restarted at any time without having to stop the other ones. So there's just can be continuous effort if there needs to be a restart, but also, as we just saw in the previous run, maybe it'll just go all together as one run.
And there are 2 separate teams of judges. I mean, while they're working together, each sub is judged completely separately, and then we will correlate the scores at the end and try to find that out.
Yeah, we really make an effort in this competition to be scrupulous with the judging, and that's why we don't do real-time scoring, because we don't want to make any mistakes. The judges are taking very, very careful notes, and they're going to get together at the end and just make sure every team gets exactly as many points as they're deserved from their performance. So we don't do anything like the World Cup, where they have wrong calls. There's no wrong calls in RoboSub. The judges are very careful.
So, your structure, how are you structured with 2 separate vehicles here? Did it actually change a whole lot from last year to this year because you have, essentially 2 separate designs?
So, I mean, could I ask you to clarify just a little bit? Are you talking about team structure or just how we handle the competition?
Either one would be fine, or both.
Sure. So, I mean, overall, I think that our team structure is relatively the same. It comes down to we have our mechanical team would be the most kind of affected by having 2 vehicles. They are split into basically 2 teams focusing on developing the frame and the pressure vessels for both the larger and the smaller subs. But as for the rest of our team, we are corely focused on developing for both. Our electrical system features the ability to hot swap boards between each sub. So in actuality, while the subs appear to be very different, the electrical systems between them are almost identical.
Well, that ought to help you out a lot for troubleshooting and for spares, and so that's one of those design features.
Exactly. It's definitely helped us out a lot in the past and will probably continue to be a core feature.
But for operations, it's got to be different as well, because essentially you're only allowed to have 1 person on the dock at the same time. So I can imagine coordinating there is a significant issue.
Yeah, sorry. For the most part, we've taken the approach that Castor, our larger sub, will always be the sub to be handled first. It will be the sub that will be launched first. And we have 2 dedicated communications people, 1 for Castor and 1 for Pollux, and they both are reporting back to the people working.
So speaking of launching first, it appears that they've started, and your first sub is through the gate.
Yeah, FYI, they're breakdown in communications over here to the commentary desk. So they started without us, but hopefully that clock is somewhat accurate. Great view there of Castor going through the gate first. We don't know if you guys picked red or black, but...
So I have the notes that they did pick red, and that there was no coin flip, and they have a random pinger.
All right. One detail here that's of great interest is that you guys run the exact same software on the two subs, and the subs just know whether they have slightly different capabilities in terms of manipulation.
Yep. We have a very diverse and robust controller, as well as a lot of different software, which is allowing our subs to know if we have actuator systems, thruster placement, and all sorts of different things. And it definitely allows them to understand their capabilities.
So your second sub looks to be through the gate, and I see two sets of judges on the course, two sets of judges and divers on the course there. So,
yep, there's a great view there of Pollux, and as I read it, I think it went through the correct side, the red side that you guys had bet on. So that is good news as the points start clocking up.
Indeed.
Pollux there examining the die buoys for the craps task. And what's the goal here for you guys? You going to go for an 11?
So I believe that the overall task is to go for an 11. It will try to, I believe it's like a zigzag search pattern for Pollux. Not sure if it went through path or not, but I guess kill Pollux.
Yep, we heard over our shoulder there, kill Pollux, so that one's going to be returned back. But of course, caster still active, as far as we know from up here, and so the acoustic backspace tasks that I think it's going to be shooting for, right, are still active.
So it's heading towards this acoustic area.
Yep, so the goal for casters is that we will first go to whichever task the random pinger is located on. So if it's roulette in this case, we will go to roulette and attempt to do that, and then we'll go to cash-in and surface there, and then attempt to do cash-in. Otherwise, if the random pinger is for cash-in first, we will surface at cash-in and then track the pinger to roulette, complete roulette, and then come back and attempt to do cash-in.
So for those in the webcast, when they say they're going to switch, we actually switch which active pinger they are, so they can essentially use that same active tracking system to go back to the second task. So it appears to be searching at this point.
Yep. So it's hard to see.
It is hard to see.
Essentially, so caster will be tracking the pinger. One noticeable thing here is that it will actually be traveling backwards as our hydrophones is faced towards the rear of the sub, and we've discovered that it's more accurate if we travel with the hydrophones actually facing the pinger, as we have a set of acrylic battery pods which seem to bounce and cause some echo and resulting in some poor tracking. Also, another thing to note, for this specific run only, we have inter-sub communication. So Pollux is actually equipped with a pinger, and so caster will be able to recognize once Pollux has entered the water and started its mission.
Oh, very nice.
And do we have a way to observe when that's happened?
Yes, so caster has a LED strip built into it. When it recognizes that Pollux is not currently in the water or running a mission, it will be red. Once it has recognized that Pollux is now moving, it will turn green.
All right, so that's something to watch for, and hopefully our cameras underwater can pick up those color differences from the LEDs. Not always easy under the water. Question in from Twitter, #AskRoboSub. Your team had a very sophisticated traditional feature-based vision system in the past, but this year you're experimenting with machine learning, and so can you tell us a little bit about how you've been ramping up the machine learning vision this year?
So I believe that they've been spending the year training it in different ways using past lots of past data. We do have videos for pretty much every practice run. We have our own elements that we've built for our own purpose of testing, and we've been using that data to do such. Unfortunately, I am an electrical member, so I could only answer so far.
No problem. Although I'm curious as to whether you had some of the team labeling vision data and training it this week at the competition. Is that something that you're...
I'm sure that's something that we've been doing all week. Definitely, since while we do try to have similar testing environments for ourselves, Transdeck is a very different environment, and even our own elements are not exactly perfect.
So it appears it's over the roulette wheel, and searching for the right color.
Yep, and I'm not sure, maybe Dan, you can clarify. I'm actually not sure, a rules check here, whether on each launch they're allowed to pick a new color to bet on.
They are not, each individual run is separate, that they can do. So if they pull the back and start it, they can pick a new color.
So it's possible we might be shooting for black on roulette right now.
It appears they've killed Caster.
So we have just overheard over our shoulders to retrieve Caster and start a rerun on that. So once again, we could be seeing a color change on the bet. A lot to keep track of here. And as usual, we get most of our information from watching what the robot actually does. The robot's the best informed person on the course of what's happening in the water.
Yeah, fully autonomous. I mean, from you guys, how does it, you're an electrical guy, and how does it feel to sit back and say, is it really going to go?
It's definitely stressful from times. As an electrical person, you can only do so much. We can strive to make sure that nothing breaks while we're running out here, but other than that, we just have to sit back and kind of hope that it does what we believe it can.
We were running wildcard slots all morning, and at 8 o'clock this morning, I heard one of the teams yelling at the robot what to do. And one of the judges asked, you have to talk louder, I can't hear you through the water.
But on the topic of the electrical systems, Cornell is a team that has many positive reputations, and one of them is its extensive custom electronics design, custom backplanes, custom boards. Can you tell us a little bit about the work that you've done over the past year on the electrical side?
Sure, yeah. So my work has primarily been based on our power systems. So I've done work for our battery management boards as well as our power distribution boards. In total, for our electrical system, including custom backplanes, there's probably about 12 different boards for our larger sub alone, and each of those boards is responsible for sensor data, power, thrusters, and so primarily my focus has been developing boards to distribute that power correctly, as well as take in voltage measurements and current data, and also protect our batteries, which we use 2 lithium polymer batteries for powering each sub with hot swap ICs so that the load is shared between them and we can essentially double our battery life. But obviously, because we are using lithium batteries, we'd like to protect them as much as possible. So my role has been developing overcurrent protection and overvoltage protection for that sort of thing.
Yeah, that's just another thing that's easy to sort of miss out here in all of the high-tech innovation that we see on display here. Is there are some just very fundamental things that have to be taken care of that they aren't necessarily something that's flashy, but just keeping your batteries working, making sure you don't drive them down below a usable voltage that you can ruin the batteries quite easily. There's a lot of power density in these batteries, so you have real safety issues to think of. There's just many things to think of in this competition. And you guys redesign all of your circuitry every year, right?
Yes, every fall semester we begin a whole redesign process for everything. Each sub, again, all the boards are redesigned. That goes the same for our mechanical sub teams as well.
So we got 2 vehicles back in the water.
Yep, seeing an overview there. We can
Looks like
spot the subs with the divers for a bit of a clue. By the way, just want to give a shout out here. People tweeting on Twitter, #RoboSub, and Freddie from Falcon Robotics just sent out a tweet. He's watching from Starbucks. So, g'day, Freddie. We miss you out here. We hope your team's going to be back here next year.
Great place to watch, Starbucks. Any place with Wi-Fi and coffee. So once again, since the restarted run, we have no information now on which flip, red, because it's independent each time.
Overhead shot there of Pollux. And this is why we have 2 teams of judges. It's very tough for us to keep track of what's going on too. So I didn't even see on the previous run whether it ended up having an attempt at the craps task. But that's Caster.
It looks like it's still
and so
pretty near.
Are any of those LEDs on? Can you tell, Anthony?
Yes, it appears to be that the green LEDs are lit. It can be kind of hard to tell, but that appears to be the color. So I believe that so far it's working correctly.
Okay, and we see there actually a nice view of the manipulator actuators for picking up the golf balls.
Yep.
Also another quite novel mechanical design that you guys did from scratch and 3D printed, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, they are 3D printed. The overall design uses a bit of bungee cord and 3D printed material. The idea is that we can pick up balls simply just by hovering over them, and then when we release, we use a pneumatic actuator to push a plate on the inside down, forcing the balls out.
So what are the design factors that drove that?
I think the design factors were whether or not we wanted to try to pick up single golf balls or multiple golf balls at a time, and also just ease of access for being able to actually drop them. Most of our actuating system has always been pneumatic, so I think that's also been a considering factor.
And so that design, like we saw earlier, allows you to have multiple attempts to pick up balls without having to release them first, which is clever.
Exactly.
Just got word for those watching, official word that they are betting on red currently and doing random pinger. That may change once another round starts.
Both vehicles are going to look to be going back to the dock for another attempt, so that'll all be new.
Indeed. I believe that they'll probably be continuing to bet on red, but honestly, they may decide not.
Once again, for people who are out there who tune in every year for RoboSub, we know there's a lot of you out there. There's something different happening this year, which is best run counting instead of last run in the finals. So all these restarts, they're not taking any risk on that. The judges will tally up the scores from all of these runs, and the best one from each sub will count. So as you're watching this, keep that in mind, that whenever the subs go out there and score points, that could be a best run.
So it looks like one of the subs has launched. It's hard to see.
I would assume it would be Caster first, but nope,
There
that
you go.
appears to be Pollux.
It's Pollux?
Yes.
So with your inter-vehicle communications, what does it do with that information?
So for the time being, it's mostly just an awareness. There is the possibilities for, since it is currently basically the same thing as pingers, right? We can also have the ability to detect whether or not the subs are approaching each other and would be able to separate to avoid collision, which is also always a risk when running two subs.
So we see here Pollux investigating that dice craps task, and I've received word that both subs are betting on black, and we have the random pinger activated. So just so you can keep track of things. Another thing is that you know that old joke on the internet, no one knows if you're a dog. Well, we actually. Maybe we can throw this up here when we've got a moment. We've received word that there is a dog watching watching Team Cornell and supporting RoboSub, watching the webcast. So presumably there are some humans there too, watching and supporting Cornell. But maybe we'll get to throw that up at some point. There we saw a five die touch.
Yeah,
that's great. Really good start because from there it can go for either 7 or 11, and of course we'll be hoping for an 11.
And it appears that the second vehicle is off the dock as well. We don't have a picture up on that, but just once again, multiple vehicles in the water doing different tasks. Once again, very deliberate. You know, you can see the search function. It is actively searching for the right die to, and just trying to find the right angle to get enough information to make a decision.
And just once again, Dave Novick does not make it easy for teams on this course. Those dice, when they get reset for the finals, they can be in any order, they can be at different heights. The teams haven't necessarily had a chance to really plot out exactly how the finals course looks. So it is just not made easy for those robots at all.
Yeah, just to mention that this is, they get one practice run on this course, and then Dave changes as well. Oh, there's your dog.
There we go, supporting Team Cornell. Good to see those team support parties, because we know that all the teams here at RoboSub have a lot of supporters, and Cornell's been around for a long time, and many supporters and alumni tuning in.
Indeed. Yes.
Feel free, by the way, Anthony, if you have any shout-outs at any point you'd like to make, you're totally welcome to do so. No pressure to do so, but if you feel like saying hi to anyone, just feel free. And for those watching, #RoboSub, #RoboNation for photos and so forth. And then if you want to ask any questions for the team representatives we have up here, send them to #AskRoboSub or email to robosubqa@gmail.com. Can see there also this year we've got a number of extra cameras, fixed cameras in the water. We're really trying to have great coverage under the water, both to help the judges out and also for us here on the webcast. Awesome overview there. We've actually got a big scissor lift that's up, giving a cameraman a bird's eye view over the final side of Transdeck. And so we can see how everything sort of is arranged relative to one another.
So it appears that your second vehicle's coming into the cash-in?
Yes. So the plan for Pollux would be that after it would do dice, it would also then track the cash-in and surface there as well. I'm not sure. I believe Castor is currently there.
Castor just went underneath the square, as from my reading of the situation. We might see a surface.
Looks to be coming
here.
to the surface.
Looks like it's coming up.
And surface inside the
working the surface in the correct place. Once again, that is the only place that subs are allowed to surface without ending their run.
And it is back down.
Now it's going to go back down, and we see Pollux heading in that general direction as well. Random pinger was selected, so I think we can conclude, hopefully, that the pinger that's active is the one here at cash-in.
Once again, you see with two vehicles are coming fairly close. Look at how close they are.
This is one thing that teams with multiple vehicles have to contend with that no one else does, the possibility of a touch.
Oh, my. Oh. The diver's letting us know that Casper's kill switch was bumped.
So that's an edge case that we've not seen before at RoboSub.
Cornell's for first time, and now we got this one.
The teams try to make life as easy as possible for the divers. They're really good about that, and they put their kill switches in places that are easy for the divers to see and to reach and to actuate. In this case, though, that's backfired a little bit because we saw one sub deactivate the other. Something we've never seen before at RoboSub, if I'm not mistaken.
And yes, we have never seen this, and the time has elapsed.
Assuming that we have an accurate clock. So that's actually a pretty stylish way to end the run, if that's the correct clock, to have one robot shut off the other.
So once again, official time is still going. So when we get word, so let's hope that the next vehicle can complete another task. All right, so we've been told that the run has ended.
There we go. Nice side view of Pollux. Beautiful shot there from the divers. And that just there to the bottom left, that's one of the kill switches. Just FYI for people watching out there. As you can see, super easy for the divers to grab hold of and actuate.
Super easy for the second vehicle to actuate.
But like I said, Cornell's just always been a classy team, and that's just a very stylish way to end a run, to have one robot shut the other off. If that was a point-scoring move, it would be hard to do, and you could try a bunch of times to get that right. So
I'm sure you practiced for hours. I'm sure you practiced for hours and never had this issue.
Never once.
It always comes to the finals. Murphy's Law is right there with you here.
It's actually interesting you managed to do that. Our kill switches are designed for killing on pulling out. So I'm assuming
Yeah, I kind of looked from the thing that the one was moving, and it just clipped it and pulled it right out.
Amazing.
Yes.
Like I said, you could try that 100 times and you might not be able to get it to work. Quick question before we go over to the dock and talk to Amy. Just came in via robosubqa@gmail.com. Teams out there or whoever's watching and saying this question, and very interested in how a big team like you organizes your online communications. Do you have a Slack channel, Hangouts, Discord? How do you guys keep track of everything, your communications electronically?
Sure. For communications, we have our own Slack. We do send probably 20,000+ messages every single month. In addition to using Slack, we have a whole series of online Wikipedias and storages for our code. We use Bitbucket and Confluence, and that all allows us to just have a very convenient and centralized place for us to not only discuss, but also for us to share our code and make sure everybody's on the same page.
And of those 20,000 monthly messages, what's the ratio of memes and GIFs to legitimate communications?
I would say that there's a fair amount of legitimate communications, but definitely a lot of just fun to be had, a lot of GIFs and a lot of memes.
Yeah, for anyone that's out there that's not an engineer, that's just something you got to know about engineers. We like to have fun. We don't like to, we're in a serious business, but you just can't take everything too seriously. And we engineers have a lot of laughs. Good time.
So Amy's ready, Zaz. Should we go to the dock?
Yeah. First of all, let me say thanks, Anthony, for joining us. Super great to have you up here helping talk us through this. Hope you're happy with that run. Again, that ending, it's just one for the record books. But let's go over to Amy and see how the rest of the team feels about it.
All right, I'm here with Xander, who's the team lead for Cornell's team. You guys had 2 bots, both did really well getting through the gate. We saw some action with the dice and action in the cash-in, and then we saw this epic robot battle at the end. How did you guys feel about that run?
I think we did pretty well. It's one of our best runs at the competition that was scored, so we're happy with that. We got to do like half the tasks we wanted to, or at least part of the tasks that we wanted to, and we got to have a pretty fun finish that, let's just say, was intentional.
All right, we'll go with that. So with 2 robots, there's a lot to coordinate during the finals. What's going through your head in this 20-minute run?
It's basically just trying to figure out how we can choose the tasks and specifically the pinger to have them both do things. Our mini sub can only surface a cache-in, that's the only thing it could have done, and so we had to manage when it's trying to track, it wants pinger there, but we want random pinger points, and we don't want them to crash into each other, and we weren't able to avoid that one. So
Yeah, and you said that that's never happened before, right?
we've never had a crash in our vehicles, but we're a little less aggressive on killing our sub during this, and this is what happens when we aren't overly safe.
All right, things that only happen during the finals, right? So how excited are you to be done, to be in the finals and just ready to relax?
It's a load off. This competition was just definitely reliability was hard for us this year, and so getting 2 finals, getting a reasonable run, I'm really proud of our team. I think we did great.
Awesome. Anyone watching at home you want to give a shout out to?
All of our team, all of our alumni, family, just so many people even came out here to support us, and so thank you, all of you.
Awesome. Well, congratulations.
Thanks.
We'll hope to see you next year.
Of course.
All right, back to you, Zaz.
Thanks a lot, Amy. Well, just a fabulous run there from Cornell as well, and we're just hoping for more great action here on the RoboSub Finals webcast. We've had a team that's been working super hard all of this week. They've been driving back and forth to their home university to keep practicing overnight. We've got some high hopes from this team. This is the California Institute of Technology, Caltech.
Thank you.
And we're super happy to have James Deacon up here, the team lead, joining us. Welcome, James.
How's it going?
It's going good. How are you guys feeling?
Pretty well. Things have been increasing every day here since semifinals. As you said, we've been driving a lot. That's mostly my job, actually. I drive the big van, so it's been fun.
Yeah, you've just been a very serious and focused team about the engineering, but also a lot of fun to hang out with and talk to all this week. So to get an introduction to your team and what has been motivating you here in RoboSub, let's take a quick look at your team intro video.
things that we're doing this year that we've never done before for our programming is we are attempting to use machine learning for some of our vision.
So we've really changed quite a lot on Flow this year. You may not be able to see it just from the general overall design for a vehicle. We've kept that nice, clean, aesthetic curved dome shape that we've sort of become our trademark over the years.
All of our vehicles for the past few years have been a pressure hull system with 2 giant blocks of aluminum that are held together with an O-ring in order to keep the inside of the robot not wet.
The reason our sub is special is because we make a lot of the electronics and the boards ourselves. I think our vehicles are special because we have a nice balance between function and aesthetics. I like the way our vehicles look. I think it's important to have vehicles that look good. I think it's also important to have vehicles that work.
All right, so interesting semifinals yesterday. We'll go to that recap in just a second, but just quickly, what happened in semifinals and how did you respond to that over last night?
Yeah, so on Friday, the first run we just managed to get through the gate, and then we had some difficulties with path detection and it ended up going towards the wall. And then second try on Friday, we ended up dropping one marker on the roulette wheel, so we were pretty happy with that, but we wanted to go back, try to get cache in and the octagon stuff working as well as following the pass better. So Saturday, that worked great. We got 2 markers on the red, which is our goal, and we also surfaced in the octagon, though it was slightly out of the time limit. So last night we focused on trying to get hydrophones to be a little faster in order to counteract that.
Awesome. Well, let's take a quick look at our brief recap video of those semifinals, and then we'll talk some more about what the plan is out there in this finals.
Caltech wagered it all during semifinals by entering the casino, following a path marker, and high rolling at the roulette wheel.
We had just talked before about we might see something brand new that we haven't seen from Caltech as well in this finals run. Tell me about that.
Yeah, so last night we started working on the buying gold chips detector, and we got that working a little bit. So we're going to attempt that today and see if it works.
Yeah, I'm super excited about that, of course. It's always fun to see something new, and that's also something that makes Dave happy because the thing that Dave hates the most is when he designs a new task and no one tries it.
Yeah, well, you're welcome, Dave.
It's just, it's nice to see that, as we go through here, things are getting more complex, and the students here are just able to quickly learn things that they learn from one task and apply them quickly to another task, this new task. And then, what I really am interested in is see how you're going to use those gold chips, because the gold chips are worth a lot of money in any one of those tasks. So it's really up to how well you do on a task, how well the robot's able to take care of it for your strategy or where to use that gold chip. And you only get 2 of them. So it's it's one of those where strategy really starts to play in here. It's almost like not only is this just underwater robotics, now Dave is like putting underwater robotics on chess.
So we see the sub in the water right now. We're waiting on our word to start the countdown. Hopefully they'll give it to us this time, not to start without us. But while we see that happen, just in terms of just the design of the sub, the Caltech sub is just one of the most fabulous looking subs in this competition. Really, really careful engineering that's gone into it. Can you just tell us a little bit about that process and any changes you've made from last year to the mechanical design?
So I just got word they're ready. So
they're ready. All right, let's do that first.
We're definitely going to get back into this, but let's get your run started.
Sounds like a plan.
All right, let's start the clock in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. And now, tell us about mechanical design this year. As they get that started off, looks like they're reorienting for a coin flip.
So obviously you guys are probably doing a coin flip and going out at 90 degrees, which is most likely heads.
I actually don't think we're doing a coin flip this year. Okay. Normally we reorient it that way to start. I'm not sure why it was facing out originally. But yeah, so mechanically, we like our curved dome design that we had with Dory 2 years ago. It's a nice 5-axis CNC job that we contract out to Glendale Community College. They do a great job. This year we were building a second robot, Deb, Deb and Flo. Deb didn't make it to the competition this year. We got 3.5 months delays on our machining, so didn't quite finish in time. We moved away from the curved dome because a lot of us mechanical engineers have done it too many times. We moved towards a plus-shaped dome that was inspired by Team Sonia, so shout out to them. We like it a lot. It allows for more real estate on the top of the vehicle to mount the more complicated things we need to deal with golf balls, basically.
Yeah, good ideas definitely have a way of spreading at this competition, and teams far from feeling like they're being copied. The imitation really is the sincerest form of flattery out here at RoboSub.
It's always nice to see the things that work start to spread through.
They do. So
it appears that you passed through the gate, but it was really close to that pole.
Yeah, it looked like it came in on black to me. I'm not sure which side got bet on.
We probably tried for red. One problem we've been having is the path is really close to the gate, so we try to back up a bit to follow it, and then we go in and out right along that boundary.
But it's definitely moving across that pole very quickly. So
yeah, giving the diver some exercise there.
It's over the bowl, I think, right now, which could be an issue with our localization.
Tell us how that localization scheme works for you guys.
So, yeah, they're going to kill it right now because you mostly use a Doppler velocity log, which does not give really any data when it's over the bowl there. Yeah. So the robot, we don't know what it's thinking when it's over the bowl, but it could just go on forever.
Not forever. There will be a wall.
There will be a wall.
And that's probably not something you want.
Yeah, it's probably trying to go forever.
This pool was designed for, infinity, but physics does apply.
Physics. It's always a problem, physics.
There, as we see the diver swimming that back, nice view of that dome top that you mentioned. Whenever you open the case on the land here, it really reminds me of like a DeLorean or something. Like I get this whole Back to the Future vibe as it opens up.
Yeah, we use these two linkages to open the sub up, and we also have similar linkages on the electronics, so it opens up in both directions, providing a nice...
One question that came in on Twitter here, we're taking questions, of course, hashtag #AskRoboSub. The sun out here has been pretty brutal this week. And, it's always beautiful and sunny in San Diego, but we've had some high temperature days. We've had some team members, not necessarily from your team, but we've had some people maybe not watch their hydration as much as they could, get some heat exhaustion and stuff. And the robot too doesn't always like a lot of bright sunlight. So tell us how you guys cope with that bright sunshine out here, both in terms of thermally for the robot when it's out of the water, and also vision under the water.
Yeah, so when it's in the shade, we try to keep it in the shade all the time. We've actually had problems before a couple months ago where it got so hot, especially when we were transporting it, that a few of our batteries, like a few of the cells, shorted out. But the main thing we try to do is keep it open so that the electronics can vent. And for us, we bring a cooler of liquid and try to make sure we don't dehydrate.
So I got to tell you, I was reading your paper and watching your video, and just the agility of your robot and the ability for you to do a lot of tricks with it. Lots of people put their center of gravity far down and become as stable as possible, but you seem to want to, really push the limits on control.
It's close.
So your center of gravity center points are really close. What drove you to that, and why are we not seeing some show-off moves?
Yeah, if I can interject, Dan, like the first time Caltech came here and they had their team intro video, the robot moved around. It reminded me of a ballerina. It was doing pirouettes and stuff. So yeah, tell us about that.
Well, we really liked the navigation channel task from a few years ago, where you got to do a bunch of spins when you're going through it. So that's the main area where we could show off. There's not really too much of a point when we're not doing that, as the more we spin, slowly our orientation does drift. So if we spin a bunch, we get slightly off, and that has some effect on later tasks.
So the robot gets dizzy on those, games, and when you spin around the bat and goes just like that.
Yeah, and additionally, when we do barrel rolls, which we can do, the DVL has a few seconds where it can't ping because it's facing up. And so, unless it's for a task, we don't usually like to attempt it. But the video you were talking about was probably when we were doing an AHRS calibration, and it just does a bunch of spins, and it looks pretty awesome.
So, seeing the sub get aligned there, and you can see it achieving depth. Once again, actually, I'm not sure if that went out over the webcast, but we saw a lot of water get sprayed up from those thrusters as they push the sub down. So once again, when we do get to manipulation tasks here, just got to be aware of how much water is moving around the sub.
Yeah.
Yeah. The thrusters do produce a fairly significant amount of currents. Actually, I believe it was now 3 years ago with our Robot Crush, there were these covers on the marker bins, as you may remember, and we actually blew it off with the thrusters.
Yes, I remember that.
Yeah, Dave intended for teams to pull the handle, but you guys had a perhaps more clever solution.
We're somewhat trying this year to. We're not attempting the suction as this was supposed to be on Deb, but we're going to get a little bit close, and so the goal is to hope that the thrusters blow some golf balls off, but we'll see if that happens.
All right. So
looks like we aren't over the bowl this time, which is good.
Yep, making tracks again across the transdeck trench. We saw it pass the die buoy craps task, and
I believe we're going straight for random pinger, see which task it ends up at, and then use our vision to determine where it is.
Your team anxiously awaiting.
All right, this is good. They look happy, so I'm pleased with this. Thank you, Brendan.
2 thumbs up. We like to see that.
I saw some at the end of the semifinals run yesterday. I was watching you run, and they're just big hugs. They're at the monitoring podium back by the dock.
It's always really exciting when things go well. About 2 years ago, when we started redoing our code base because one of our older CS majors graduated and we didn't fully understand some of the things he did. And it's really great now this year, after 2 years of the changing some of our code, it's starting to come together and everything's working well.
This shot really.
I think we're at roulette. I can't tell exactly from this angle.
Yeah,
it's really hard to tell. This shot, just accentuating how difficult it is to see what's going on under the water, and
once again the glare from the sun. They really, how that light comes into the water and just changes it. So when a cloud comes over,
clouds are a problem.
Significantly different the way it looks underneath the water.
One reason why in the real world and also here in RoboSub, acoustics is a big part of that equation. You just cannot rely 100% on vision under the water, and that's why it's important for us to keep that acoustic component here in RoboSub, because we want to be inspired by real-world applications and real-world difficulties.
Yeah, it's really a combination of both that allows us to complete all of these tasks. We couldn't get there without the pinger, and we couldn't do it if we didn't have cameras.
Once again, that's really how humans operate.
Yeah.
We essentially use cues from multi modes. I'm here, I feel this, I see that. So, the more we bring multimodal detection in, the more capable these robots will be.
So it looks like we got to the roulette task. It's a lot faster this time compared to semifinals, so it looks like our changes last night worked well.
Yeah, it's a nice
view there. To the right of the screen just there, that's the plunger, the button that the sub would press to release a gold chip. Just for those watching out there, we haven't really focused in on that task yet, but...
so it looks like the sub is determined it's there and is searching.
See those downward-facing cameras there. Also, an interesting mechanical design, having them there at 45 degrees. That's very uncommon here at RoboSub, but that's an innovative approach that you guys have had to allow the sub to sort of adjust its orientation to move those downward-facing cameras around.
Yeah, we can... we're dropping...
there are the markers.
At least one's in, I think. It's hard to tell.
Hard to tell, white on white there, but yeah, I think...
maybe... I think maybe one's on green. It's hard to tell, though.
We'll...
one's out. Okay.
One's in, one out. Okay.
One in, one out.
Nice job there.
That's still, this is not easy to do.
No, this is a very hard task.
A very hard task, and getting something to drop and go straight. While you may have been directly over it, any variation in that marker could just cause it to go just a little bit to the left.
And that was something very striking for me there, is seeing how straight, true, and fast those markers dropped, because those thrusters are disturbing that water like crazy. So you must have designed them carefully to try and get out of that thruster wash as quickly as possible.
Yeah, it's been a multi-year task to develop our markers to drop straight. But lately, after a few years of marker tasks, they've been pretty good.
Yeah, there's just so many variables. I mean, you have the variables that you can control and all the variables you can't control. So I got to tell you once again, I'm just impressed with your vehicle ability. You're searching 45, you tilt it down 45 with those thrusters just to get the looks that you need. So it's just the amount of control that you have. This is not an easy task.
And on flow here, we've got two cameras, as you can see. One of them's a wide-angle lens and one's narrow, so we can both find tasks from a far distance as well as look at them closely when we're nearby. We've in the past only had one angle of camera, and it's been problems either when we're too close, we think we've lost it because the image is too close, or when we're too far away, we can't find it. So the combination of both really allows us to better find the tasks and complete them.
Yeah, anyone who's ever been scuba diving knows that kind of tunnel vision you get when you've got a face mask on, and that's what the robot has too, unless you go for a wide-angle lens as well. That's an area where a robot does have an advantage under the water if it's designed that way, because it can have different fields of view at the same time.
You know, that's the type of things that all these unwritten lessons that you guys bring, you know, the ability to come. That's why it's so important come the first year and, you know, just start to learn those lessons and just build that team that can transfer it. Knowledge transfer is so important. How do you guys handle that?
Knowledge transfer, mainly with the beginning of the year, we usually have a bunch of presentations and tutorials that we slowly change every year to help teach our new freshmen basically how everything works. But you can't really understand the experience until you come to the competition. It's very different here. It's quite fun. Pool's completely different color than what we have at home. We have a normal white bottom pool. This is, well, not white, so.
That's the best description I've heard.
Yeah, Transdeck really, they look after us every year here. They usually shock the pool with some clarifying chemicals so that we get a clear field of view, and the pool is treated year-round with an anti-algae system as well, part of which is actually a pretty interesting electronic system. There's an anti-algae acoustic, electroacoustic oscillator that helps keep the algae down. That's very interesting, but it's not perfect. So there's always that algae on the bottom. There's always that kind of murk all the way on the bottom.
Oh, looks like we've...
Oh, you're trying to pick this.
Oh, we got a few knocked off. Okay.
Yeah,
Sounds like a plan. Worked well.
Yep.
Nice one, Brendan.
Team's happy. You can see him.
Oh.
And you're part way in, part way out, it appeared.
I'm not sure. Did we surface? I can't tell.
Yeah, I couldn't. I looked over my shoulder, but too late. It had gone down again. Just, you know, once again a rules clarification. The judge's discretion will allow a partial score for surfacing at the edge, partly in and partly out of that square, or as we like to fondly refer to it, the octagon.
Yes, I can't not call it the octagon. It's like the navigation channel. Even though last year it was, I don't even know, not that name. It's the first name I learned, and I can't do anything else. One thing that we changed with the hydrophones here that might have had an effect with that is the pingers have been really close to the wall this year. So we've been trying to stay on one side slightly in order to not crash. While we do have thruster guards, we'd rather not test them because while they might work, they might not. So we've been trying to stay on a particular side based on where the robot starts. It can determine the correct side of the pinger to focus on.
Yeah, and as we saw before when it was heading across the ball, this sub is capable of quite a lot of momentum when it really gets going. You don't necessarily want to test out contacting a concrete wall.
Actually, we only run the thrusters at 8% power, so it could theoretically go quite a lot faster, but we don't want the divers to not be able to keep up. So
They look pretty close to that wall. You may have tested it.
I think we might have used our thruster guards.
Well, that's another, engineering is the art of trade-offs and optimization. It's also the art of being prepared and designing things with safety factors and with, edge cases and potentially unforeseen events in mind.
Exactly. So in the past, we've had one robot in the past named Bruce, our first robot we brought here, crashed into the wall. And since then, we've always tried new things. This year, the thruster guards, they've been great. We bump occasionally in our testing pool at home, and they haven't had a problem. They've held up well. One thing we like to do as a team is when we're watching the robot, only the one person can yell the four-letter word to stop the robot. And so what we always do if we think it's going to crash is we yell Bruce. And that's how we tell the programmer, hey, there might be a problem here.
And that... Can you tell me if that word was chosen because you've got a pretty colorful Australian character on your team?
Cormac, yes. No, the Bruce was chosen because that was our first robot that did crash into a wall. So we're like, hey, this might be a Bruce situation coming up here, basically.
I forgot what I was going to say about crashing. Oh yes, last year we actually did see Cornell lose an outrigger on the wall. So that's something that you really have to be aware of. It's not a theoretical possibility.
That's quite easy.
So I have a question for you. This year, AUVSI put out a whole bunch of these tags to go onto your badge, and kind of they're all kind of quirky things just to kind of take the stress off and get you guys talking and that kind of stuff. I noticed on yours it says human and robot. So what does this really mean? Why did you choose this?
Well,
just thought
I
it
didn't
was
choose
funny,
it.
it was a
Someone gave
sign.
it to
This
me.
is even better story. I like to know the story.
I think it's mostly because I'm one of the main team not sleeping people, where I just go all night and do what needs to get done. So I think that's why that was chosen for me.
Do you think do you enjoy the kind of the things that they put out to sort of
those were
relieve
great.
the stress and make things that we really, this is a high stress event, and we really want to make sure that the competition becomes fun. And did you enjoy these?
We had a good fun time hanging those out and assigning them to people on the team. Like we gave our 4th year senior the first timer. He enjoyed that a lot. It was great.
I noticed that Dave Novick actually, he had the first timer on his badge, but he got some electrical tape and covered it up to say old timer.
Yeah, we saw. That was great.
Yeah, just actually for people, while you guys get reset, I think they're going to probably go for another run, because why not?
Yeah.
But for people out there who might be tuned in to the webcast who haven't ever been to RoboSub, might be thinking of putting a team together, can you speak a little to just sort of what it's like, the fun aspect of it, and what it's like just from a perspective of hanging out with all these other teams, and how does it feel for you guys? How do you like being here?
Yeah, I mean, coming to this competition is always great. It's a really great team building experience. A lot of people that don't usually work together because they're on programming versus mechanical get to spend time. And additionally, all the other teams are great. I always enjoy going and talking to a lot of teams. I have a lot of friends that I remember from previous years. I'm like, hey, how's it going? It's really quite fun, and there's a lot of stress, but you got to make sure you talk to the other people, just help de-stress. It looks like we crashed here. And we're gonna retry.
Crashed, hugged. There's all kind of ways to phrase that.
Yeah. So we'll see. We got 2 minutes left here. We might try again. The last run where it partially surfaced didn't go great because it went pretty well. It didn't go perfectly, is what I meant to say there. We missed one marker and didn't quite surface, but it went pretty well for us. A lot better than last year, which is great.
Yeah, it's at this point maybe. Unlikely that we'll see an attempt to push on that gold chip button, unfortunately.
Probably not. Sorry, Dave.
The other thing is they say, a true gourmet always leaves something on their plate at the end of the meal. So it'll hopefully encourage Dave to keep that for next year, and so we'll see it next time.
Yeah, that would be a great task. So I hope that stays. Looks like we're ending here. The robot's going towards the crane.
All right.
Well, what a wonderful run. I mean, one of the things is watching you going through the semifinals. You're consistently improving, and I think that just that your ability to adapt and move on is just wonderful.
Yeah, and next year we should be able to bring both robots. They're mechanically built now, so it's just a matter of wiring them. So that'll be fun.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing that because I know that you guys will come up with something really impressive.
Yeah, thank you.
Well. No one's here to tell me if we're ready or not, but I will thank you anyway, James, for being here with us.
Yeah, it was a
super
pleasure.
Great having you up here, getting to talk about all this stuff that's just fascinating. And if we're ready, let's go over to Amy and see how the rest of the team felt about that run.
All right, I'm here with Julia, who's the team lead. You guys had a couple really awesome runs. You got to the roulette table, maybe got one in. We're not quite sure if one of the markers made it in. Saw some action at the cash-in station. How do you feel about your performance?
I am really happy with how things have gone today and throughout the entire week. I'm really happy. The year has been great. The team is great. Everything's good.
Awesome. So how great is it to be at finals and done with your run and pretty solid performance?
I'm really glad that we got to the finals this year. It's been amazing. I'm very happy to be here. We're excited that it is Sunday and we get to sleep, but it's been fun.
Awesome. What are some of the technical challenges you've experienced here at the competition, maybe in the past couple days?
Well, a few days ago, we were having a practice run and the sub just suddenly started going up and 4 of the thrusters stopped moving, and we were concerned that we were going to have to replace 4 thrusters. We don't have 4 spares, so that was a bit of a concern. We did fix it. I think it was a problem with the electronics. I'm not entirely sure what the exact problem was, But in fixing it, we made a variety of other problems because we were tired. But we fixed those too.
Awesome. So despite all of those challenges, you made it to finals. Congratulations. Anyone watching at home you want to give a shout out to?
Well, my parents are here. I'm glad they're here. And there's also some other parents for other team members. So thanks to parents for coming.
Awesome. Thanks, parents and supporters. And congratulations. Hope to see you back next year.
Thank you.
Awesome. Back to you, Zaz.
All right. So thanks a lot, Amy. That was great. And we're up with our next entry in the finals. This is the last team that made it in the finals directly, so the last non-wildcard team. This is National University of Singapore's team Bumblebee, and we're super excited to have Renjie Liu up here on the podium to join us. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
You're the team leader of Bumblebee.
Yeah.
So how are you feeling about how the team's been doing this week and the finals?
I would say we've been rather consistent throughout the week. It's a lot better than what we had last year. Last year we had pretty much more problems. Yeah. So I guess we're pretty confident, but at the same time we are very nervous. I am very nervous.
I'm sure. No doubt at all. But as you mentioned, you have been one of the most consistent teams so far this week. So I think we've all got good vibes, good feelings about this. So let's hope that comes through. Yeah. Let's take a quick look at NUS's team video, and then we'll come back and talk about the semifinals.
Right.
Team Bumblebee has grown exponentially over the past few short years. From the humble beginnings of our first vehicle, to the resilient second generation, and to the current sleek third generation, we have been improving our in-house capabilities year after year. This year, at our 6th RoboSub, we are introducing our boldest changes yet.
This year, we focus on upgrading our vehicle's capability by streamlining the mechanical structure and system. We have reduced the number of housing from 9 to 7 by integrating the Doppler velocity logger system, navigation system and acoustic system into one compact housing. We have also introduced our new depth and yaw thruster, which provide more powerful thrust while improving our seaworthiness and deployability of our vehicle.
In this iteration, we increased the computing power of the system by upgrading to an i7 processor. We migrated our cameras to use Power over Ethernet for greater reliability and portability, with wider field of view lenses to have a larger view from the bottom camera. Our custom electrical system was also redesigned to be more compact and to retrofit new brushless thrusters for greater thrust.
The software stack has undergone a complete overhaul, featuring a new and improved software architecture which aims to optimize performance while being maintainable and extensible. We have also transformed the way we plan out mission with our Mission Planner user interface. We can now easily visualize and plan missions for the AUV on the fly.
For perception, we will be using deep learning to detect the obstacles. This allows us to detect objects better in different conditions. Integrating this with the vision framework, together with the sonar and camera fusion, using particle filter, we now have a more robust vision system compared to previous years. All of these improvements enable our AUV to complete tasks with increased speed and accuracy.
The public relation team engages with industrial partners and sponsors. This year, we've clinched the support of 3 additional companies, providing new sponsorship of funds and equipment in kind. We have also been actively participating in outreach events to educate the public about autonomous systems. Team Bumblebee has also showcased our technology at the Singapore Week of Innovation and Technology, Singapore Civil Defence Force Work Plan Seminar, and InnoFest Unbound. This has also helped to hone the soft skills of our team members and continually enhance the Bumblebee brand name.
Well, great video there, and really nice to get a look at the software and the sort of debugging and user interface of that. Really get an idea of all the hard work your software team has done.
Yes, it did.
So what can we expect here in the final sequence relative to the semifinals? Semifinals, again, very consistent. So, trying anything new this time, or just sort of same stuff you've been doing all week?
No, we'll just keep doing what we've been doing. Yeah. It's
okay. Yep. Well, great. So, for people to see what you guys have been doing all week, let's do our quick semifinals recap video, and we can see what you guys have achieved.
The National University of Singapore's Team Bumblebee risked it all during semifinals by finding and entering the casino, following 2 path markers, and shooting craps at the dice buoys. They also played that slot machine before taking a chance at the roulette wheel and cashing in.
Very nice shot there of actuating the slot machine handle.
Yes.
One detail that I really want to point out there that I really liked is that you guys had strapped an Allen wrench to the front of the sub to use as the hook there to pull that.
Yes.
And I really like seeing those little improvisations that teams do.
Yeah, it actually happened once back in Singapore. We forgot to bring it, and I was like, screw this, just take this Allen keys, cable tie it, let's see if it works. And it worked. And the same thing happened now, and we're like, yeah, Plan B, let's go.
Why not, right? And that's stuff we see out here at RoboSub every year in great quantities. Teams improvise, they adapt, and they overcome the challenges that are put in front of them.
Yes.
So we're just waiting to get word on when we can start the clock. So as soon as someone waves to me and tells me to do that, I'll give them the countdown. And we can see there the top of the robot getting aligned there with the
We
dock.
do like it when you make things bright for us to see it.
Oh,
It's just wonderful. So the bright yellow really shows up.
Yes, we painted it on purpose.
So I got a thumbs up, so I'm going to start the countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start the clock.
So it looks like, are you facing backwards at this point? You know, or is this
I'm not sure what the coin flip is. So usually we would.
Here we go.
All right. Oh.
So you're going to do a coin
Yeah.
flip?
Yes, looks like it's 180.
Oh, yes.
180 degrees, which I think is tails, right?
I don't remember.
I don't remember either.
I'll just trust Dave, whatever he says.
I will look it up in my notes here.
And it is some...
Heads is 180 degrees.
Oh, okay.
Looks like it's merged.
Yes.
And we can see it turning. So it's orienting towards the gate.
So you had just told us, actually, while the team video was running, we really love the Bumblebee T-shirts. Everyone loves them. They're a hot property here at RoboSub. And you mentioned that there's a family here that's supporting you guys because you've stayed in their Airbnb for the last few years.
Yes, we did. We're really grateful to them for accommodating to us once a month every year, because when you bring in a lot of things, you basically bought a whole lab here. We messed up the house, but they were still very supportive. So to show our appreciation, we got them our Bumblebee T-shirts. And there were kids that were around like last year, so I was like, hey, let's just get kid size one. They'll probably be very, very cute.
Yeah. There we saw the team all dressed in the team colors, and yeah, great to have those supporters here. That's also worth mentioning to people. You know, like a lot of people don't realize what it's like having a robot team to stand up on them. And like our hotel, for example, the hotel that we mostly stay in, we have to brief them about, there's going to be people with submarines using the pool, and the hotel rooms, tell your housekeeping staff there's going to be tools everywhere. Like, don't move anything, don't throw anything away. Just expect that for a week you're going to have just basically a laboratory in every hotel room.
Yeah.
It is interesting, though, you know, when we're at the hotels, how many guests are interested. I mean, I've come out and seen a number of guests just standing over, staring at you guys, and just being amazed by what college students are doing and building robotics. And so, you know, not only just spreading the word of just being there.
Right on 10 o'clock every night, there's people coming out into the pool. Where are the subs? We want to see the RoboSubs.
So you're starting to become like a little hit there, you know. They're going to be very sad to miss you.
Well, we got to know the whole neighborhood interested as well. Like Michelle, the owner of the house, she invited her neighbors to come take a look. Around this time every year, the neighbors will know, hey, the bumblebees are going to be here.
Yeah, I really want to mention that too, just for people watching, in terms of recognizing innovation here. Innovation doesn't just come in technical domains and in terms of hardware on the robot and software and stuff like that. Singapore, Bumblebee was an innovative team when they first arrived, because I think they were one of the first teams, if not the first team, to come out a week early, rent a place with a pool, and just do in-water practice for a whole week prior to the competition. And that's an innovation in management, and that's an innovation in team strategy to do that and just have a full week of practice in the local environment. And that's something I don't think anyone had done before.
Yeah. I guess without the home ground advantage, this is something we like to do, because we realize every time we send it over by freight or things like that, the vehicle does weird stuff for some reason.
Things go wrong in transport.
Things go wrong. So we realized 1 week is a good enough time to help us re-stabilize our system. Yep.
Well, your second run has started, and once again, you were 180 degrees out. You once again consistently oriented, submerged, consistently oriented, and are right in front of the gate.
Yep.
So, do you actually use the cameras to detect the gate?
Yes, we use both the cameras and the sonar. Yeah, that's actually our forte. We've been working on it ever since we got the sonar about three generations ago. Yeah.
Nice. Through the gate, I see.
Yes.
So, what's your next task?
We are going for I think it's the crabs. I don't know why you call it crabs.
Dice?
I call it dice. I don't know.
Well, they're actually in America. This is a very American thing. There's a casino game that you can play at that has a big table where you throw dice in, and it's called craps.
Oh, okay.
And that's just a weird American gambling game that you don't really find anywhere else.
Okay.
And you want to get 7 or 11.
That's right.
So that's kind of why you're marking to either one of those.
Okay, I see.
Just want to do a little shout out here. Hope maybe we can throw the picture up. One of our favorite RoboSub alumni, Grace Chia. We really love Grace. She's watching as always. It's probably super early in the morning in Singapore, but she always tunes in, and she's on Twitter for the first time to show her support for Bumblebee, and she said she wants to say great job to Bumblebee, especially because you've been working doubly hard this year to deliver both the AUV and a surface vehicle, a boat, as an integrated system for Robot X in December. So she says, kudos to the team at home making it possible. She's actually watching this competition on 3 screens at once back in Singapore.
Yeah. It's been a hectic few months.
Oh, you got
nice.
6 touch there.
Nice.
Great start. Then if we get a 1 next, that's a 7. That's 1 tier of score, and then the highest tier is hitting the 5 next for an 11.
I believe we're aiming for the 5.
Again, from this craps game, there's more combinations that can get you a 7 than an 11. So 11 is the more valuable combination. Seeing the sub line up there, just a pleasure to watch that. Really.
Oh, it's going in.
You almost forget.
Oh,
nice. Very nice. And once again, you guys have been very consistent this week on being able to do this.
Yes.
So you must have a lot of confidence in this.
I would say I'm still very nervous.
Well, you almost forget that this is a fully autonomous competition when you watch something like that, because the robot is so precise, it really looks like someone's controlling it, but the robot is doing all of that by itself, thanks to the hard work of your software team.
Yes. They've been working really hard over the last year, because Alex John, he graduated last year, and the junior guys really had to pick up the slack at the same time, train the new batch of software guys to really get up to task. Especially when we have 2 vehicles, and we're not talking about 2 subs, so I'm talking about a sub and a boat, and that boat you can't move it without a crane.
Yeah. So it's for those who haven't seen Robot X, we'll talk a little bit about that right at the end of the webcast, but that uses a 5-meter, 16-foot catamaran platform. And I got to tell you, after talking to you guys this week, here at RoboSub, although obviously very focused on RoboSub, I'm super excited for Robot X now that I know that you're using this submarine and going to launch and recover from the ASV.
Yes, that's right.
It's going to be a great time, and that's out in Hawaii.
Yes.
Also a very sunny, warm setting like San Diego.
I always get sunburned when I come out. That's a running joke, like every time when I come out for competition in Hawaii or here, my lips will get swollen. And it is swollen now, still.
Yep, I also have to really take care not to get a bad sunburn out here. I've had many in past, and I'm just trying to trying to be better at wearing my hat and wearing my sunscreen.
So your sub is right now right in front of the slots.
Yep.
And looking to get that Allen wrench over the handle, like right now.
We got it. We got a new
There
one.
we go. Beautiful. Pulling down that handle.
It's no longer an Allen wrench.
Oh, okay.
It's
Okay.
now a proper hook, which in joke we call it the hooker.
So where did that come from? Where did you get that hook from? Did you make it on site?
We designed a machine did, so we got a couple of different designs on the angle, then we tested it and figured that this hooker is the best.
Okay, well, when I took a photo of the Bumblebee sub early this week, it still had the Allen wrench on
Yes,
there.
that's on the first day.
So I'll tell you, what it did is it moved down, so it exposed those two new things. And two torpedoes fired, and it looks like one went through and one kind of
just bounced off the edge.
Bounced off the edge.
Which is not a disaster, because hitting the edge also is points.
Partial points can be granted by the judges.
Yes, at the judge's discretion.
All right.
Can see those torpedoes floating there.
Yes.
Making it easy for the divers to pick them up.
Yeah, and
they
we actually,
appreciate
we
that.
actually name our torpedoes.
Yeah.
So top is called Tom, bottom is called Barry. Tom and Barry.
Okay. What is that a reference to?
Tom and Jerry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Little cartoon reference there.
Like our team, we really like to have fun with these kind of things. If you have, don't know whether you noticed just now during our team video, I threw in a lot of Easter eggs inside. You will see like there was my mechanical guy had an Allen key on his head. We were playing Splatoon in the background. We hide Nintendo Switches everywhere. So it's really like the team is really like a family where we are like just go to the lab. We were watching the World Cup together. We were playing FIFA. We were playing Splatoon, watching each other play Zelda, like, doing all sorts of nonsense in our lab while working on this.
Yeah, as we talked about before, I mean, engineers, they do a serious job. It's difficult. They work really hard, but they really like to have fun. They work hard and they play hard.
Yes, they work hard and play hard.
They really do need that stress reliever.
Yeah.
So once again, I see a number of things on your badge. Do you want to tell them about it?
This one?
Yes.
Well, I'm definitely. They're giving out badges, so I was like, hey, this is cool. It's like a rank, you know, like an army. Yeah. So I had happy to be here. I've been there, done that since I came last year as well. That's how we roll. Could be good and bad because our vehicle is kind of rolly this year, and I'm a RoboNation junkie.
Ah, yes.
Yeah.
As we all. We're just seeing the sub now come in over the roulette wheel.
Nice.
I don't know. Do you know if you guys selected random pinger?
Yes, we did a random pinger.
Okay, so random pinger here on roulette, and we'll be looking for a marker drop here. Again, we don't know what color you picked.
We picked red.
Red.
I
okay.
believe.
Once again, it's really hard to tell the difference between that red and black.
Oh, this is a great shot. Hopefully, we'll get to see those markers perfectly from here. See the sub struggling to control that roll axis.
Roll happiness.
Oh, there goes one and two.
Nice.
Beautiful.
Yes.
Very nice drops.
Nice job.
Also, Bumblebee has the most popular team slogan, I think, of the competition.
The credit goes to Grace.
I have no control, but it's okay.
There was a team that actually thought that we really had no control loop on the sub. They were asking us like, how do we control it?
Oh, so you got one in black and one in red. It looks like.
Yes, seems like
cover all the bases.
There you go.
We actually dropped one right in the center of the roulette. So I was like asking Dave, maybe next year if we're using the same thing, leave that center hole open. Give us a bullseye.
Yep. Now heading over towards the cash-in chips. The course element formerly known as the octagon.
Yes.
And
always a challenge every year on this one.
This is an area where sub-dimensions can come into play. Yours is on the longer side, and
Yes.
so it can be tougher to get it all the way inside that square.
Yep.
And
Coming
appears
up
to
to
be
the
coming
surface
up.
here. Oh, that's just totally perfect.
Oh, right
in the middle.
Nice.
Very nice.
Yep. And it is back down.
I bet there's some cheering going on back in Singapore at Grace's place.
Yeah,
Seeing
definitely.
this.
I'm pretty sure Grace, maybe Steven, Jiazhe. Yeah, they're probably watching. Can't really get an angle on this.
Yeah, now it's tough to tell from this top angle.
That's
It's a
much
better one
better
under the
now.
water.
So you can see the four balls. Yeah.
Once again, showing that color,
Yes.
the problems of that color, because the red and the green, tough
I
to tell
have
apart.
no idea which is a red.
I think the red is on the right, but
Red
there's
is
not
on the
much in
right.
it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And here, again, we have that thruster wash issues coming into play. The sub's trying to balance itself there, but it's going to be moving a lot of water, and those golf balls are very easily disturbed.
Yeah, we upgraded our thrusters as well for this year because you were in Hawaii the other time. You know, like how bad the waves were. So we
That's right.
upgraded to be very powerful. But at the same time, it could mean that we blow a lot of things away.
So it looks like it picked up
Oh,
almost
what?
3,
I think it got 3,
and then one
because
fell
one
off.
fell out.
Oh, okay. I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, then that was again, showing how that disturbed water can really move things around, and so it pushed that one ball just outside. But three in the manipulator, a very, very good start here. How does that manipulator work? It was able to capture balls on multiple attempts. So does it also have some sort of aperture that can open to catch the balls, or something that they push past?
So we have it something like it's kind of like a tennis ball picker where we have 2 cable ties at the bottom. So when we go down, they will flex the cable tie and the balls will slide in. Then to release the balls, we actually have a static metal plate inside. When we retract the arm, and the static thing will just push it right out.
I can't remember now if I took a photo of that. I did. So if we have a moment, we can take a look at that.
So
there we
it's
go.
surfaced in octagon or surface in the cash-in.
So surfacing
Cast?
holding balls, that is also worth a point. And you can see here on my picture the actuator for gripping and releasing. That pneumatic cylinder will push down to release the balls.
That's
correct?
right. That's right.
Very, very nice. Nice, simple but effective design.
Yeah.
So the diver's coming and grabbed it.
So this is an interesting development. Halting the run here with just under 5 minutes left.
Mm-hmm.
Best run, of course, counting again in this final sequence.
I think we did everything on the course.
Certainly a lot of attempts. So I wasn't sure if you were going to release the balls into the funnel or not.
Oh, okay.
I don't think that.
No, that was it was way too hard. As you know, our vehicle is so tall, so bulky.
Okay.
Yeah, it just we didn't really have time to really hack the mechanism. Then again, this vehicle we really designed it for RobotX.
Right.
So.
Yeah, that's one of the things that's really cool about this competition for research institutions is that the students really try in many cases to use their platforms for other things too, and so they're not really designed necessarily specifically for this competition, but also to be able to be useful for other things.
Yes. In fact, for this vehicle, we really wanted to deploy around Singapore territorial waters. We actually had a nice, we deployed it a few times. One time even assisting the rescue mission in the Singapore River. Yeah.
Yeah, really, really cool, and we've seen that a bunch of times. It's great to sort of do that, make sure that those efforts can be used for multiple things and for interesting research, because this is a competition, it is in a pool, but we try for real-world relevance, and we want people to be able to use the knowledge they get here and the things they build for real-world research.
Yeah.
So, great run there.
Thank
I
you.
hope you're really happy with that. I thought it was just a pleasure to watch, so we've got to see how those scores shake out.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for joining us up here. We're going to, I think we're ready. Not ready? Okay, we're ready to cut over to the dock and see, go to Amy and see how the team felt about that run over there.
All right, I'm here with the team advisor for Team Bumblebee, Ing Wei. You guys had such a solid run. You made it through the gate. You hit the dice buoy. You got the high score on that. Got the slot machine handle, torpedo attempt, roulette wheel, cash-in. Was there anything that you guys didn't do that you wanted to do?
I would say actually we were just sad that we didn't get the second torpedo in, but we actually did everything that we wanted to do, and we're really happy about the reliability of our software and the consistency of the things that we're aiming to do. Yeah. So overall, I think we had a very good run.
Awesome. So how excited are you to be at the finals and have such an exciting run?
I've been doing this for the past 6 years, so this is really my best ever. You know, yeah.
Awesome. Well, that is so great. Congratulations. So I know you have a lot of fans watching at home. Anyone you want to give a shout out to, or?
Yes, I have one special person that I want to do.
All right.
Give me a moment. Is she there?
All right. So we're giving someone a phone call.
Can see your face? Yeah. And ask her to turn the volume on.
Oh, I hit the wrong button. Come down, step down here. And you hold it up. You turn around. Come here.
Come here.
To the camera.
Can you see?
Grace, can you hear us? Can you hear us?
Oh, the camera needs to flip. The camera needs to flip.
Oh, it's okay. All right, can you see us, Grace? Can you see yourself?
She's looking at herself in the webcam. Like, oh, there.
All right. Okay, Grace.
All right. So I have an announcement to make in front of everybody. So me and Grace, we were actually the founding team members for Bumblebee, and when it was first started, we got together. We actually got together during RoboSub for the first 4 years ago. We have been together ever since, and I would like to take this chance to make it that special moment once again for the two of us, right in front of everybody. So, I always said I would do this with an O-ring here. Because we are engineers, the truth is, I never had plucked the guts to do this and did not bring the ring. But here it is. I have a good replacement. and a flower that I made, hand-woven from nylon and chopsticks. Grace, will you marry me, please? She said yes. Thanks. All right. Thanks, everybody. She's crying.
All right. Get a shot of that. Grace, congratulations. I know there's such a special moment. I'm so happy for you two. How is it being proposed to at the RoboSub competition?
This is very unreal. Yeah, but yeah, good job, guys.
Would you have said yes if they hadn't done so well today?
Yeah, I don't know. I think they have done pretty well. So based on the points, they should be getting first. I don't know.
Absolutely, we're hoping for the best. Well, congratulations, you two. We are so happy for you. Such a good story for RoboSub. Congratulations.
Well, thanks a lot, Amy. Thanks especially Engwei and Grace. That was amazing. As far as we know, that's the first ever RoboSub proposal. Totally amazing. So congratulations.
A lot of firsts in this competition.
Yeah, totally. And two of our favorite people here at the competition too. Just amazing. Another group of our favorite people here at the competition is the perennial Montreal team from ETS, Team Sonia. Great to see them in the finals. We've got Maxence Levergo up here joining us on the podium. Thanks, Max.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for having us. It's a blast to be here. We're gonna have a lot of fun, definitely.
Again, let me just show. I don't know if the camera can see this. This is the ETS patch from this year, showing that they've been in this competition every year since 1999.
Yeah.
Just a a team that we're always happy to have here. That's responsible for a lot of innovation in this competition. Probably one of the most imitated teams in the competition, I would say, and a lot of help to other teams in the competition. The reputation for just being a fantastically generous team.
Yeah, the people change, but we always keep this name here, and everybody knows who we are. Like, they know this name, like classic team, like Bumblebee and the Cornell, and I mean it's important to respect like this name. So we try to be as gentle as we can and help the community as much as possible.
Yeah, which is very much recognized by everyone here. So let's take a quick look at ETS's team intro video, and then we'll come back and talk about the run. We don't have a semifinals recap here because you're the first of the wildcard slots.
Yeah, exactly. We had a pretty rough semifinal, and the second one was even rougher. But we managed to stay calm and work on our platform, and we end up qualifying during a really tight race with MSU. And it was an amazing wildcard this morning. It started the day perfectly. We had a lot of fun.
Absolutely. So let's check out that team intro video.
Directly from ETS, from Montreal, Canada, here is Team Sonia, a AUV club where we designed and built an autonomous vehicle for RoboSub 2018. Last year we built a cross-shaped submarine, pushing the limit of the competition. We finished 8 on 44 teams from around the world, but for this 21st edition of RoboSub, we are ready to give a solid performance. This year was all about optimizing AUV7 platform. We had 2 new torpedoes, 2 droppers, we started an ambitious object detection vision system, and finally, we installed more accurate hydrophone. Now AUV7 is ready to hear, see, shoot, and drop. We had plenty of time to test, now we're ready. Expect us, we're Team Sonia. I'm a true champion. The software team had to face great challenges. The new obstacles and mission made us rethink and redesign most of our missions. We improved Sonia's control through many MATLAB simulation, and finally, using TensorFlow, Airflow, and advanced object detection technologies, we developed a structure to label, train, and detect all the objects present in the pool. Mechanically, we focused on adding new feature to AUV7. We designed a new set of torpedo and droppers. Our torpedoes are propelled by a strong spring, and like droppers, they are activated with solenoid. We also redesigned our camera holder to include Jetson TX2 used for object detection. Our young electrical team put their effort to fix various bugs present on power supply boards, so modified the I/O board to include torpedoes and droppers. Also, they integrated the NVIDIA Jetson TX2 board to have more power for image detection. And finally, after a few problems related to the hydrophone, they stabilized the signal and increased the quality of data collected by it. AUV7 spent a lot of time in the water, and the whole team is now ready for the 21st annual International RoboSub competition. We can't wait to present AUV7 2018, meet other teams, and enjoy this amazing robotic competition. See you in San Diego.
So we've got a lot to talk to Max about, but first we're ready on the dock here, and we're gonna start the countdown, starting the run in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start.
Do this.
So yes, tell us about. Let me just fill people in who are watching. So we originally were going to have 1 wildcard slot, and in the end, it was too close to call, within just a tiny fraction of points between 2 teams. So we ended up with 8 teams in the finals instead of 7. Tell us what happened in semifinals, and how you guys came out at 8 o'clock this morning, first round of the day, and just got that point threshold needed to get here in the finals.
Well, we chose right away to go at 8 o'clock because we knew we practiced the run we wanted to do, and we knew it was ready, and we just had to put the submarine in the water and push the button. So we wanted get rid of that. So we said that let's do it, put some a little bit of pressure on everybody, and so like competition thing. And so we came in the morning, we did the run, and it was the perfect one. We could have the droppers. We went to the pinger after passing through the gate and get one path. So for us, it was perfect.
Yeah, this is another thing about the real-world nature of this competition, because you guys all week have been doing well over on Course Delta. And but there's just something weird about the acoustics over this side of the pool this year, and it was causing some problems over here.
Yeah, we had our routine and we practiced, and it was good. We came to A for the first semi-final, and we couldn't hear anything. We were close to the wall all the time. We didn't know what happened, so we went and we practiced a lot again. But with the semi-final settings and everything, we turned out to practice a lot in B and C and D and C, Delta and Charlie. So and it worked. So we didn't know really what to do.
Yeah, for those tuning in here for the first time for the finals who haven't been on site, during practice and semifinals, the Transdeck pool is divided into 4 quadrants. One side is semifinals, one side is practice, and so the C and D, the Charlie and Delta courses, were the practice courses over one side, and Alpha and Bravo were the semifinals courses. And although they are pretty similar as we can make them, real-world effects come into play. There we go, through the gate, no problem. So that's a really good sign, I think, because once it's through the gate, that means you're sort of more out into the area, away from the wall a little bit, and hopefully the acoustics will be working.
Yeah, well, we passed the gate a little bit on the right. We expect it to be a little bit more on the left, but we'll see now. The hydrophones should, the summer will stay there for a while, trying to get the path, turn, and then stay and listen. And really at this moment we'll know what's going on with the pinger.
Random pinger selected?
No. We had some problem. We use machine learning for vision, and during practice run back home, we could do the random pinger. We labeled a crazy amount of bins, red and green. And when we arrive here, just a little bit before the competition, they turned to be yellow, and we start practicing again and everything. We were confident, but here with the lightning condition, we couldn't trig on the bins, so we decided to go safe.
Yeah, it's very, very tough. We've seen here on the webcast that it's very tricky to tell the difference between red and black down under that much water.
It's
it looked very different on the surface, but under the water, it's a tough problem.
And when you practice, you don't have those conditions. You can find places, but it's not that clear. Or when it's wide, it's not clear. So here, when you arrive during the first few days, you need data. You need information so you can train. And we spend crazy amount of hours trying to label those bins, and we always trig on little spot down the Transdeck. So we decided, okay, we trig on the roulette. We have a 16,000 data set for the roulette. So let's do it. We trig on it.
Well, this is a good example. You can see just how it's really bright sun out there, and you see how that sun coming down changes, the color of that white.
Yeah. For the light, we always say we have this word in the team when we we go through the data set, and we're like, oh, this is a radioactive dice. It's just a big light. So
you can also see here very little perspective information when you view a die side on, like onto there's a touch on the 6. Yeah, very nice.
Yeah,
that shot there, you can't even tell that that's not a flat face. You can't really see the shape of it.
Yeah,
it sort of looks like a 12 die instead of 2 6 faces.
And when we practiced for the 6, we had a little problem in the watching the rules, and we did the 2-6 the same orientation.
Right.
So when we came here and we started to trig on the 6, we were like,
I thought that was a very tricky maneuver by Dave Novick. We mentioned that earlier in the webcast. He does not make life easy for the team.
Now we're trying to see if we can listen to. I'm curious now. I want to see what those guys think about the run right now, because it's. Sorry.
They're fairly quiet compared to normal.
Sorry?
They're fairly quiet compared to normal. When you guys are running, we can always tell. I think you set the record for the loudest team at 8 a.m. this morning, so They must be very nervous.
Very enthusiastic, but I think people are pretty
passionate team.
We waited for this run the whole week. Since 3 days, it's the same mission. I mean, we knew it was working, and we just expected people to see it. So when finally the judge came and we're like, it's going to be a good show for you, and they saw what we were able to do, we were really happy. So the editing is good. We watch at the editing a lot, so basically we get 5 pings, then we turn, and we go for 3 meters, and then we wait and we listen again.
Yeah, this is a good example right here from this overhead shot, seeing that the conditions change dramatically throughout the day here at Transdeck. You may not think so, but we have, in addition to sun and cloud, the wind picks up at certain times of day. That ruffles the surface of the water, and that changes the way that the speckle patterns appear and everything under the water. So that really changes the visual environment under the water just from one detail like wind.
Yeah, and the number of divers moving the water and the environment, but the machine learning system helps so much right now. It's the power of those tools are totally crazy now. Remember last year we spent hours and hours on bags trying to find a good setting for when it's sunny, when it's dark, when there's a cloud, when there's. So, is it on the roulette? I'm not sure.
It's really hard to say because once again you got the glare coming from up, and you got the patterns that keep moving. So. You can see it there in the white. It tends to keep moving, but like you said, as you know, it goes a little bit and you stop, you calibrate and go. Is that primarily because of motor noise?
No, it's our control works this way. If we set a position too far, we get too much drifting. So we found that 3 meters was good for us. So we take our time and make sure we're precise. We found that was a problem over the years, that you try to do everything, and at one point you miss everything. So we put effort on what we know we can do, and we try to do it and to have a stable system.
Yeah, there's just so many dimensions of this competition, and that team strategy is one of them. You know, do you try and do everything and have a shot at everything, or do you really focus on a few things? Because reliability often trumps versatility in this competition.
Definitely, you can see systems with a lot of feature on it, and overall every one of those features have a little bug, so you don't put points on the board, and that can be frustrating sometimes. So when we have a system, we worked really hard on the hydrophones. We're really happy, and we can detect the roulette pretty easily. So I mean, we went all the way for that.
Yeah, that was another great point there. You know, from a software perspective, every new feature introduces new bugs.
Yeah.
You know, and bug-free code, it can be done, but like that's like they need space shuttle level software review and software
lots of control
assurance.
Yeah. And once again, to remind the viewers, they have never been on this course before. They did not get a practice run. This is all brand new. So this bot has never been on this course. So essentially, it is learning as it goes, and it's using everything it learned before to make this happen.
Yeah. So I don't know where we are exactly.
Yeah.
Well, it's alignment right now. When it starts dipping.
There's a camera there. It's probably right over the roulette wheel.
I think it's right over the roulette wheel.
And it's going down. Yes.
Very nice.
I think it's solid.
That's my boys.
Oh, dropped 2 on red.
In the
2 on red.
I love those persons so much. We spend so many times together, and that's amazing. It's what we come here for, and we train. We don't sleep. And when you see this, it's awesome.
That's another thing about Sonia. I think every team out here has a lot of fun together. As we've said to some of the other teams, they all enjoy this. They enjoy each other's company. They work hard and play hard. But Sonia wears their heart on their sleeve. They let you know how much fun they're having and like how much they enjoy working together.
Yeah, and it's definitely something when we start the year, we're having a bunch of people coming in, and we talk to them. We evaluate like the technical perspective, but also the human perspective, like how you can fit in this environment, because it's when we arrive here and we get the hi from all the divers, when we get like the hi from the burrito up there, and I don't know, this vibe is awesome to us. So we want to make sure over the years that we keep this energy going on.
And that's not easy over 20 years to maintain that and make sure that everyone, you know,
sometimes it's.
So you've just done a really good job of that over the years as a team, with so many different team members having come through.
Yeah, there are plenty of. We came with this design last year after a crazy year of conception. Well, they did the conception 1 year earlier, and last year we spent the whole year building it and fixing bugs and fixing bugs and fixing bugs. And this year we started to add new feature and rethink about how we code and how we do stuff, and it paid off.
Your vehicle's found the second acoustic task. It looks
it's
like
gonna go forward,
it's
maybe.
zeroing in there on the cash in.
Once again, perspectives can be deceiving here,
crazy.
but this looks like it's pretty much in the middle.
A little bit on the side.
It's in the area.
Come out! Come out!
Just echoes again, a big problem here, right next to the wall.
Yeah.
So it's this.
Looks like it's coming to the
Looks like
surface.
it's coming towards the
Oh
surface.
Yeah! And it's surfaced in the navigation gate. Oh my! Whoa!
Yes! Well, we're sorry about that.
That's all right.
We might stop the run here. It's not that we don't want to do the show.
Well, I don't think there's anything to be sorry about. That is once again, a lot of work went into that. You're consistent. You're able to do it, and there's nothing to be ashamed of. This is a wonderful
again,
run.
that's something that, for whatever reason, was not working on this side of the course all week, and then on a finals course that's twice as long that your sub had never seen before, it worked perfectly.
Yeah, I'm so proud. I can't wait to go back and see my team for that. But I'm so proud of the whole work we did. It was a blast. This week was amazing. We had a lot of fun. That was totally insane. And congrats to all the team. What we saw from here, we go back home with a lot of ideas, and I think that's the point of the whole competition here. It's to build this community. And thank you for your job, by the way. It's amazing. And we go back with plenty of ideas, and we saw amazing performance like the Bumblebee and Arbin. It was insane what they could do with their boat.
Yeah, and I bet there were a lot of Sonia alumni watching that right now.
Yeah,
on the
yeah.
webcast. Would you like to give some shout outs to anyone?
Yeah, definitely. I have a lot of shout out to give. Not a lot, but just enough. To the school, we have people helping us at school. David Morgan, Claire Babin, Pascal Cloutier. They're amazing people helping us every day. The rest of the team, we're 9 here, but back home we have a lot of people helping us. They help us label. They help us through the year, doing the diving, building new stuff, and we are only here 9, but back home we're around 18. So thanks to them, thanks to the alumni. They're right now at the barbecue every year, but big barbecue. All the alumni go and they watch the finals. So
we've had photos of that in the past.
Yeah, that's awesome.
They have a great time.
We're so glad we are here to make them live this.
I think I heard them.
Yeah. You scream over there. So yeah, thank you, and I just wanna. Thanks all the team, and also if there is person watching this competition maybe for the first time and they own a pool, and someday someone will come to you and ask if they can try the robot in the pool. This is something we really need all the time. We need pool tests. We need to be in water, and the young team, they also need to test. So whenever someone asks for it, just let them play a little bit in the water and help the cause of the AUVs. That's
absolutely
that's really important to us.
So it looks out here on the dock like maybe they're going to do another run once again.
It looks like it's submerged.
Best run counts.
Yes.
So
Best run counts.
might as well just go and see what happens.
We're gonna have fun.
Right?
We're gonna stay here. We can talk about.
I wonder if they reloaded the markers.
Did they?
I didn't see, but possibly. But this is again, this is the only chance you've had to be on this finals course today. So
well,
might as well give it a try. Capture some data. Are you logging data from this? Are you logging data from all these competition runs? So
if we get the data, yeah, definitely, yeah. We everything is on, and we might use the data maybe next year if we want to train again. If we want to, if some of the obstacles looks the same or the water condition, we want to take a look at this. So it's pure gold to have those data. That was a problem this year.
Yeah.
When you decided to change the buoy, We're like, well, okay. We had thousands and thousands of gigabytes of buoy images, but you changed the buoy, so we're like, well, okay, we'll start again.
Yeah, so in a way, the engineering has happened for this year, but the science continues because you can use this run to improve the team for next year.
Yeah, definitely.
And robot.
It's a goal. We already had some ideas for next year, and we're gonna work on this definitely.
Yeah, that's definitely one of my favorite things every year coming to this competition. There's just so many things I like about it, but I'm always very excited to see what ETS has done in the previous 12 months.
And this is a pressure, to be honest with you. We start every meeting, but what AUVSI will think about our stuff. Okay, we need to think about something. Last year we started, during the competition, we started to do a torpedo, autopropulsé in English. So the propeller is inside the torpedo, and it was a blast. But this year we didn't have time to complete, and it wasn't part of the strategy. But overall, we're gonna work on this probably. And another big project is to increase the control to make it faster now. We see great team like Caltech, they're going so fast. This is amazing.
Yeah, and that can once you're at a high level of task performance, that time, the speed on the course makes a big difference because that gives you time.
We could see all the dice from the machine learning of Martin. We could see all the dice like 20 frames per second and pretty easy. But we had no time during the control is a little bit slow, so we figured that we had not enough time to make it happen. So we went pretty steady, and we decided to stay with the roulette stuff. But we have it. We have we practice back home. We practice the dice. We practice the torpedoes, and we had good performance, but not fast enough. So we decided to cut. And it went to the red again.
Nice. So yep. Now there probably wasn't time to change anything there, so it's probably just going to try for the same run again.
Yeah. I had the same code. I don't think they're gonna change that much. The clock is ticking anyway. So
well, hopefully we'll at least get to see the reliability of the dice task here.
Yeah.
That machine learning again put through its paces.
Yeah, the dice we hit earlier wasn't part of the thing, to be honest. Like the 6?
Oh, the 6?
Yeah, the 6 wasn't there.
I wondered about that.
No, don't worry.
Because I saw the run this morning. I watched the whole run. It was really great, and it did not even try for the dice task. So I was thinking maybe that was a fortuitous dice bump.
I mean, if you don't ask, I won't tell. But you ask, so
that's okay.
And my mom is watching, so I need to be careful.
It's performance on the course. If a task is achieved, we don't dig deeply into why and how that was achieved.
But we're so scared. I mean, we started talking, and at one point when I saw the submarine turning to the roulette, I knew it was going well, because during A and B semi-final we saw right away like it was going straight for the wall, and because we have this rotation then 3 meters, we knew something was going bad, so it was a relief as soon as we saw the rotation on the left.
Well, we might get lucky here. We might see another touch on the way through. Hard to tell from this
maybe
perspective,
program this one. Yeah.
While we watch this, just wanted to, again, like I said, Sonia has had a reputation for many, many years for being one of the most open and helpful teams in the competition. And there's a team of high school students that came along a couple of years ago from a school called Beaver they were your next door neighbors, and you helped them many times on the forums, here at the competition, and were just very, very generous to a team that's just getting started at a young age.
Yeah.
So thanks personally for that.
Well, it's back home. Everybody know who Beaver is now. It's just, it's a classic team. Those kids put so much effort with the robot and the vibe they bring to the competition, and they try to go around and understand and build the submarine as much as they can. And so it's always a blast. Every year, some people come back, but they also have different people coming in, and it's awesome to see them. Shout out, yeah, you rock, guys.
Student from Beaver on the other side here.
Yeah.
I'm sure their alumni are watching the webcast too. We were texting
they
them
were
earlier.
around playing volleyball at one point, but I'm sure now they're watching. That's big fan.
So that looks like it for the time clock there. Subs being brought back. Fantastic run.
Lot to be proud of.
Yeah, we are. Thank you very much. Thank you very
Max,
much.
thanks for joining us up here, giving us your
It was a
commentary.
pleasure.
I just want to
Thank
tell
you,
everyone
sir.
watching that it's a big sacrifice for every team to send for that person that has to come up here and sit here with us instead of sitting with the team. So that we respect and we appreciate that sacrifice.
Oh, it's okay. Merci à tous ceux à la maison qui nous regardent. Merci pour vos coups de main et puis let's go Canada.
All right, so let's head over to see those other team members there over on the dock with Amy.
All right, I'm here with Oliver, who is the software team leader for Team Sonia. You guys had such an awesome run. How does it feel to go from the wild card slot to the top of the competition?
So it's pretty nice, and we work very hard to be there this year, and we perform that we expect. And it's pretty cool to be there in RoboSub this year and perform as well here today.
So there are so many challenges with this competition. What went right for you this year?
The right is we do a very nice job in the computer vision with deep learning, and after we also tune very well our hydrophones. And this why we do a very good run today.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Is there anyone watching at home you want to give a shout out to?
Yeah. So merci à toute l'équipe à Montréal. On est super fiers, on est contents, puis on ramène tous ces beaux moments à Montréal.
All right, what he said. Congrats, you guys. Hope to see you back next year.
Yes.
All right, back to you, Zaz.
All right, so very, very happy team there, ETS. Great run. Thanks a lot, Amy. Up next, the second of our surprise double wildcard slot here in the RoboSub 21 finals. This is Maritime State University, which we're super, super excited that they were able to make it into the finals as well. Alexander is joining me up here on the commentary podium. Thanks a lot for joining us.
Thank you for having us. This morning we were very excited. We thought we wouldn't make it to the finals, so trying to find the way for two teams into the finals, and glad we really won this fight this morning.
Yeah, your team overcame a lot to be here because you had some very serious acoustics problems with the broken hydrophone earlier in the week. So being able to overcome that and be up here in the finals is a great achievement.
Yeah, our hydrophones were damaged physically, and this Wednesday we had to repair it manually, and it's kind of working now, but it's not reliable, so we have to combine acoustics with vision recognition in order to get to the pinger.
All right, well, once again, because this is a wildcard entry, we don't have a recap of the semifinals to show you guys out there on the webcast, but we do, of course, have the team intro video for Maritime State, so let's have a look at that.
Hello RoboSub community, we are Maritime State University AV team from Vladivostok, Russia. We are pleased to introduce our vehicle for RoboSub 2018. We decided to use two subs this year. First one is the modified version of our previous vehicle. The previous vehicle frame is made of polyethylene. We are using 5 clusters. Our hulls are aluminum and acrylic. The battery are in a separate hull. LED and compass are located on the top of the vehicle. This year modifications mostly affected thrusters and object detection system. Our new thrusters was provided by Center for Robotics Development. They made our sub faster and lighter. We switched from our previous detection algorithms onto YOLO artificial neural network. It's increased detection accuracy. The second sub was provided by Center for Robotic Development. It's a modified version of Micro Underwater Robot Educational Kit. We are planning to use first sub for hydroacoustic and marker tasks. Second vehicle will be used for object detection missions only. Thank you for your attention. We hope you enjoy our video. See you at RoboSub.
Okay, so once again, this is Maritime State University and a kind of a cliffhanger ending to RoboSub 21 because we only had one wildcard slot originally, and this team was too close to call with ETS in this morning's wildcard qualifying slot, and we just had to take two teams, and it was an amazing accomplishment for a team who had to overcome some serious hardware problems earlier this week. So great to have you up here. Where as soon as I get a thumbs up, we're going to start the clock here. I'm not sure. Dan, can you see, have they loaded the sub in the water yet?
I haven't seen them loaded in the water yet, so we got some time here.
All right, so let's talk a little more about what happened this morning because we don't have video of that. So coming in, this like one last chance slot. What happened in that run?
Basically, during that run, our strategy was to do tasks in both pingers area with random pinger. And what happened? We have problem. We still have it with finding the direction of the pinger because acoustics doesn't work as it should. But we managed to set the vehicle closer to the pinger point from where the acoustics could listen it. And while we were heading towards the square pinger, our image recognition saw the roulette. And basically, we did the roulette tasks before its pinger became activated. So there was a kind of a problem with random pinger points because the rule states that we have to pass the tasks in area after the pinger is activated.
Yeah, so this is a really interesting kind of edge case in the rules that we'd never seen before, because the way the judges judge that the robot has done the random pinger correctly is that it goes to that task and it does that task. But what we actually saw here, in a way, was an example of superior autonomy on the part of the submarine, because on its way to that random pinger, it visually saw the other pinger mark task and did that task. So the judges had some debate about did it, go to the random pinger task or not, because it did the other one first. And fortunately, we carefully read the rules with the aid of Dave, and there's nothing that says it shouldn't do other tasks on the way to the random pinger. But of course, later on, that could have caused a problem because the rule is you have to score points on the random pinger task. So if it had returned to the roulette wheel, it would not have been able to score points because it had already scored those points. So that's pretty interesting. I think maybe it'll have Dave reevaluating how those rules are written next time, because we certainly want to encourage a submarine to be able to do what yours did and opportunistically do a task that it happens to see, right?
Right, but the funny thing here is it actually was the only way we could pass the tasks, because again, due to the acoustics problem, we receive wrong information, and we cannot allow on our acoustics data regarding positioning about the pinger. We have to confirm it with image processing. Again, I actually love this, I would say, gray zones in the rules when we can see different interpretation of them, and such funny cases as this one. It is funny now, but this morning it was very stressful situation.
Yeah, there was a lot of negotiation happening this morning. But that's actually something that Dave really likes too. As a former competitor himself that found a lot of loopholes when he was a competitor, I think he actually kind of likes there to be some kind of gray areas in the rules. So we'll see what happens next year. Are we ready for, we're still waiting to have everything up and running and start the countdown timer.
But I'll echo this, that it was very much debated upon how to score this fairly, and that's one of the things that the judges that they bring in here are just top notch and really try to give the benefit of the doubt to make this fair, but give you as many points as possible.
So as we're just waiting to get the word to to start this countdown timer, I actually have a picture here of a couple of your hydrophones, just so people who are watching the webcast know what we're talking about here. So you can just see one here and one here, mounted at the four corners of roughly the four corners of the submarine. I don't know if you recognize from this picture if one of these is one of the broken ones or not. I can't tell if this is the front or the back.
I guess the picture is the right one because it's on the left side of the vehicle, as I remember.
So Zaz, we just got word they're ready for you.
All right, so let's give them the countdown. Starting the run in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. There we see the sub achieving depth right away, and got some thruster wash blowing up there. Maybe not going to depth. And it looks like no coin flip, just pointing straight out.
No, we cannot allow to use a coin flip because our compass this year is unreliable too. And basically our strategy is to set the vehicle in the direction of the gates. Then it has to find the first orange line, and then we rotate it on the certain degree hopefully towards the dice, because we didn't have practice this morning to see the angles.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
yeah.
Now it's in the water. Okay.
Yep. Definitely worth reminding people out there that this, as one of the wildcard slots, this team did not have a chance to practice on this course. So the robot is seeing this course for the first time right now. Going through there, looked like it went through on red to me. But of course, perspectives are deceptive under the water here. And going to go out into the course a ways, right, to start to use some of the acoustics.
Yeah, what we try to achieve here is to get vehicle manually as closer to the pingers area as possible, because we have issues with acoustics, so we want it to be close, so the hydrophones receives information from the pinger, and then what's now? Now we see it rotates, and now it should head towards the dices, but as we see,
already passed the dice.
It already missed it. So now what we want is it to move towards the pingers, not towards the actual pingers, towards the area near the pingers for about a minute, and then start to listen for the pingers. And start to see the bottom for the image processing.
So you can definitely see that search pattern. The white front of the vehicle keeps, going back and forth by 180 degrees.
A little bit more detail here on the acoustics. You had told me yesterday that one of the things throwing the acoustics off was some noise interference from the motor controllers or the motor amplifiers.
Yeah, and what we see now is due to we have to stop our thrusters in order to receive information from the pingers, unfortunately, and we have with it to set off our PID regulator. So what we see here is now not the actual maneuver to see the bottom. It's just a vehicle moving without the regulator. Its course is unstable, unfortunately. So I hope it would receive the proper direction, but probably we will have to restart this run. But we'll see.
Well, once again, for those viewing here who viewed RoboSub finals in the past, we've moved now from a last run counts model to a best run counts model. So there's much less stress in restarting a run. There's no risk involved in doing so. So if this run does have to be restarted, there's nothing lost from doing that. We have a continuously running clock. So the clock counts down, but the teams will not lose any score by restarting a run.
Well, for now it is heading somewhere, so it's a good sign for us, because I guess it's heading towards the pinger, but the course is unstable. Then when it's closer, it's heading towards the former octagon, towards the square, I believe.
Yep.
In this area we will try to surface, and first of all we will see the things on which the golf balls are carried. So with that we will surface on the square, and then switch the pinger and try to go to the roulette. So far I see that it's close to the square, and it's really a good sign.
Yeah, looks good so far.
We are happy with what we achieved this morning, so we are out of pressure now for really. But if it managed to actually surface in the square, it would be great.
Well, we've got our fingers crossed up here on the commentary desk along with you. It's looking very good in terms of the bearing towards the square. It's going right there, and so we just have to hope that we can zero in there on the location of the pinger and surface in the middle of that square.
I'm not sure, but it seems like it saw now the image, and probably will surface any moment, hopefully.
Well, we just really hope so. Looks great from this angle. It's going.
Probably missed it.
Going past, but it may turn around.
Looks to be turning around. Once again, being so close to the wall, those reflections can, cause that, robot to move left or right, because it thinks it's there.
And also we didn't have enough images of the bottom below the square, because during our practice we never actually goes to the pinger points, and now probably due to different condition on this course, it has problems with recognition.
Yeah, it's gonna look differently, almost certainly. But this is good localization here with where it needs to be. So this we're just sort of waiting. And one thing I wanted to mention here is that the pinger only pings, I think, every 2 seconds. So the robot only gets an acoustic update every 2 seconds. So you shouldn't expect to see the robot sort of dramatically changing its position, because it only gets a sort of another acoustic hint as to the pinger location every couple of seconds.
Well, at least we see that it really hears the pinger, because it's rotating around. Probably with the time it will strike the image.
It's definitely in the right general area, and
this is what we love to see.
Yeah.
I mean, you're really seeing the algorithm at work. It is it is computating, where it thinks it is. It is trying to resolve, all the conflicting information that it's getting, because it's getting some information bouncing off the ball, some information directly from the pinger, and it's just taking its time trying to make sure that it's gaining its confidence.
I'm trying to look behind me to see what the angle really is, and that the orange flashing on the top there is helping a little bit from the top view. And again, trying to zero in on the pinger and get a look at some of those things, some of those visual elements on the bottom. And just a reminder for people viewing, still more than half of the runtime is left. So if we had to do this all over again, there still would be as much time as we've already spent remaining.
What is just amazing is that, no practice time on this. You're able to, come in, All your data, that you collected this morning was on the other side, and just for it to be able to adapt to all these changing, environments, locations, it's doing exactly what it's supposed to do. I mean, this is what we're trying to train in this event, and it's really good to see that it continues to search and use its information and take and adapt to its environment. So everything that we're seeing here is all positive for how this vehicle should be operating.
Yeah, it just proves we're really serious about autonomy here, and the students are very good at what they do. They really are doing a great job in building a system, engineering a system that is able to adapt and be put here on a course that it's never seen exactly this way before, and be able to perceive its environment and do essentially the right thing.
By the way, now when I think of it, I guess it can also surface when its search timer is up. And
there we go.
This probably was it, what it was.
Well, it's up on the surface in the right place, so that's something to be excited about. And we could see there your other team members on the dock looking pretty happy with what's going on here.
Yeah, it's a good result for a team without practice, I guess. But again, yeah, and now we hear that the diver should bring vehicle back. We surfaced because the timer of searching program is up, so it was kind of a happy accident that is surfaced inside, but
not a full accident. I mean, it was in the right place, not by accident.
Oh, of course, yeah. And now we have enough time to try a new run. And another thing that we probably would be more happy with roulette pinger, because this target is bigger and for image processing, I mean, and there is a bigger chance that we actually see it.
But you will select random pinger again this time?
I believe we would try it because without random pingers, even if we do the roulette, there is no much improvement we can make, because even if we manage to drop 2 markers to the roulette, we will receive from 1200 to 16, depends on the color, and then we will have to move towards the square, and we will we may again see difficulties surfacing inside this. So I guess the good strategy here would be starting the vehicle with a random pinger, then asking Dave what pinger is turned on now, and if it is not the roulette, then restart the run. That is how I would do it, I guess. But again, there is drawbacks in this strategy, because despite we still have time, we have less time than before. So not sure that we could find both targets in both pinger areas within the 7 minutes we have left.
Yeah, but I think it's really nice, both from the team perspective and from the viewers and us here up on the commentary desk, that there's no disincentive to running again, so that we get to see the submarine go again and try again. So you don't have to sort of weigh up that risk of doing another round. I'm glad that we made that rule change.
Yeah, your second run's looking nice right now.
Yes, and additional changes that could be here. We probably we look now that the vehicle is moving towards the dice, but I guess it's a little bit miss the depths. We do not try to recognize dice with image recognition. The thing is, when we were preparing to the competition, we thought that dice will have its upper side. So we had in our pool dice with the upper side, and we wanted to see them from above to to depth on it. When we try to do it on practice here, well, obviously dices didn't have upper side, but we recognize them as a white square anyway. But when we hit it, it appeared that the dices have very high buoyancy, and our vehicle well, I don't know how to say it. The dice hit us harder than we did. So after that, we thought that it wouldn't be
good idea.
Good idea. We could damage our hydrophones even more with this if it hit on the wrong angle.
Yeah, it's interesting. From talking to the designer of the dice buoys, that was actually a bit of an issue. They were not expecting them to be as buoyant as they were, and holding those things down was a bit of a challenge. We just did see, though, the sub did make contact with the slot machine task there as on its way through. Again, not on purpose, but it just happened to be in the way on the way through there. Fortunately, that didn't seem to hold it back.
Yeah, we noticed that it rise in depth. Is that programmed when it does that, or?
Yeah, we wanted it to be lower to hit the dice, but unfortunately it wasn't low enough. The other thing about the tasks with torpedo, I don't remember. Shoot the crabs?
No, slot machine.
Slot machine, yeah. We originally wanted to use two robots on the competition, but unfortunately there wasn't enough people on the site to manage problems on two robotics.
Yeah, I actually have a picture here of your mini submarine. I think last year you brought a mini submarine as well and qualified with it, if I recall correctly.
We brought it in 2016, but it didn't qualify. We just use it in advertisement, I would say. And this year we have a united team with Center for Robotics Development. It's an educational organization in Vladivostok, providing technical education for the children.
I thought it did make it through the start gate, though, in 2016, no?
It could.
Okay.
We didn't try it, but it could.
But yeah, very very cute little submarine there, educational mini submarine. You can see here on that photo.
So how big is your team?
We have about 6-7 people. It depends on how do you count the input in a team working on the big one, and we also had 5 people working on the small sub, but they couldn't get in US, unfortunately. We're hoping we keep our relationship, and they will be with us next year.
So it looks like Random Pinger again landed on the cash-in task here, the square. So that's a little bit of a shame that the randomness let us down a bit here to see the roulette task, which I was hoping to see, but that's the way it goes when you choose a random number, and we'll see. Maybe it'll see the stuff on the bottom quicker this time, and we'll see another surface in the square.
Well, considering the time remaining, we can hope to see now is surfacing with the image recognition within the minute and a half remaining. We obviously have no time to hit the markers in roulette. All I can say about it that if we managed to get to the roulette, we probably would strike strike them.
Yeah, which we saw this morning.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
we know that the sub can do it, and again, we see it here. It's zeroing in on that acoustic pinger, and that's just shows the achievement of your team in recovering from losing 1/4 of the acoustic sensors. That's a very difficult thing to recover from.
It actually was 1/3. We only have 3 hydrophones, so without it there was no really way to find direction. Yeah, it was like bold choice to try to repair it, but we really had no other option, and we're glad we made it.
Yeah, I remember you telling me that you had tried to resolder it and seal it up again, and really put a lot of effort into trying to fix the broken one.
Yeah, we cut the rubber of the hydrophone and resoldered the wire which were cut off from inside of the hydrophone, and then we didn't have right tools. We didn't have rubber or anything. We just like glue it, and it kind of worked.
Yeah, you just once again, for people who've never out there watching this who haven't actually competed in RoboSub, waterproofing things. It's not like waterproofing, a wristwatch that only has to be splashed or worn in the rain. Waterproofing something to go several feet under the water is not easy.
Yeah, and even now, even the sub is performing well during the lot of time. It actually is not waterproofed totally. we have like leakage, a really small leakage between our housings, but with pressed air inside the tank, we have enough time to. It holds air for about 40 minutes or so, I believe, at least at the pressure we chose, because you shouldn't overpressurize.
Yes. Well, that looks like the end of the run. The divers are bringing the sub back. That's just a really great job, Alexander.
Yes.
I know you said before that just being here in the finals was enough, and you weren't stressed out at all. But I hope you're happy with what you saw the sub do on this finals course that it had never seen before.
Yeah, it was a good run. So I believe it was a random pinger first time, and the second one. So we got points for the surfacing and for the first random pinger. So it is pretty good.
That's great. Well, thank you again for joining us up here. Again, I know it's not easy to leave your team and come and talk to us, so we really appreciate that.
As they could manage without me.
Before we cut over to Amy on the dock, is there any thanks or shout-outs that you would like to give back to home base?
Of course, I want to thank our relatives, our friends, and our colleagues at the university who are watching us right now, because it's due to wild card we managed to obtain. It's like 10 of the morning in Vladivostok, so everyone is up now. So hello.
If you'd like to give them a message in Russian, feel free.
Собственно, всем добрый день. Я считаю, что мы выступили достаточно хорошо. Скоро будем дома. До свидания.
All right. Well, thanks again for joining us, and let's go over to Amy and see how the rest of the team is feeling.
All right, I'm here with Vlad, who is on the software team for Team MSU. You guys made it through the gate a couple times. You've attempted the cash-in, random pinger. Overall, how do you feel about your performance?
I have a strange feeling about this. Yeah, today's evening we did really good. We did what we planned to do, but unfortunately we didn't do good at the finals. I don't know why for now. I will figure this out and try to fix this. So it's not bad.
Not bad at all. You made the wild card spot. You got to finals. So how does it feel just to be here in finals?
It feels cool. I can say
Yes,
much more, yeah.
yes, indeed. So, anything technically you think you did right this year?
Yeah, if we didn't had a problem with one of our hydrophones, we could do much better.
Always with the hydrophones, right? All right. So, congratulations to making it to finals. Is there anyone at home you want to give a shout out to?
Yes, I want to say hello to my girlfriend Nastya, to my parents, of course, and anyone back in Vladivostok who cheering for us from Maritime State University. And that's all.
Awesome. Well, congratulations again. We hope to see you back next year.
Yeah, thank you.
Back to you, Zaz.
All right. Well, thanks a lot, Amy, and what a fantastic finals run here. The 21st annual RoboSub. I think this is one of the best final sequences that I've seen. Dave, what did you think?
Oh, I totally agree, and it just came out of nowhere. I mean, originally we just had one wildcard slot, and we actually had to make room for 2 wildcard slots.
But also the teams that made it in also did a great job, and we had a home team from San Diego that has been here since high school. Just a great final sequence. Lots to see here, and lots of innovation on display from the students.
That's very true, and it's very international finals as well. We have teams from all around the world who are competing, and teams from all around the world who are in the finals.
Yeah, I wish that we had the ability, more time on the webcast to recognize all the other teams as well. We had brand new European team this year at the competition, all kinds of newcomers and people that are also returning and have done complete rebuilds, really innovated their subs this year. So I just wish we could recognize them all. They've done a great job.
Well, hopefully they'll come back next year, and then we can recognize them then.
I was a little worried because Dave really stepped it up this year, changed a lot of the tasks, and sometimes it takes a little while to get him, but no, these students are changing quicker than you think, Dave.
Yeah, they stepped up quickly.
They 21st must have meant something really important to them, because I got to tell you, from what I saw this year was just the work level was tremendous, the adaptation was tremendous, and the sharing. I really saw a lot of sharing this year, which I was just, it makes me truly happy to see that this is what this is all about. Learning, sharing, and making everyone better. And I think the competition did exactly that.
Dave, anything else that you'd like to? Anything for hints for next year? Something for teams that might be watching that haven't come to RoboSub yet? You're going to completely change the course on everyone again next year? What's going to happen here?
We'll have to wait and see on that. We're certainly include some new obstacles and different thing. I like to change it up. I liked what we did here. This was nice. It kind of mixed it up and caused some teams to stop and think. And even some teams over here that have been here for years, they had to readapt, and so it kind of helped level the playing field.
And technology also is changing things up from a designer perspective too, because now you don't have to just have a solid color buoy anymore and cater to just simple color detection. Now they can actually recognize some pretty complex shapes.
Yeah,
I mean, you even specified the font of the dollar coin.
I did.
I have one here with me. And if you look at the RoboSub rules, the font of that dollar sign is even in the rules.
And the points, the size, the point value, or the. So yeah, I like doing that. I mean, the teams I think like to get that kind of information. It helps them to improve and get ready for the competition.
Well, speaking of getting ready for competitions, as we close out here, RoboSub 21, for all you RoboNation fans out there, the next one to watch for is Robot X. It's going to be in Hawaii in December. This is a super exciting competition with, as we talked about earlier in the webcast, 16-foot autonomous surface vessels, 16-foot boats that also have a submarine component tasked under the water. So that's going to be one to watch out for. Go to robotx.org to check that out. And of course, robonation.org has links to all the competitions, all the forums, ways to get involved, and get your RoboNation fix out here. Dan, any closing words from you?
Great job, students, and all the staff that put this together.
And especially with special thanks that we haven't done yet to all of our sponsors, the Office of Naval Research. Dan, thank you very much for making this happen. Could not happen without you. And if we can maybe throw up our sponsor slide to thank everyone else. They've been truly unbelievable with all of their the things that they do, including many of these sponsors came out here this week. They had booths here. They gave out swag. They talked to students. They passed out recruitment things. Was great to see the looks on some of the students' faces, seeing them get recruited by companies on that list and being so excited about their future employment prospects as a result of coming to RoboSub. So thank you all of those sponsors.
Yeah, I think every single student's a better student for coming here, and the sponsors, we truly can't do it without them. And they just, the fact that when they come here and seeing the students get to interact with them is just tremendous, because they really get to start to get that tie from academic into industry, which is going to happen for many of them within the next couple of years.
All right, well, thank you very much, Dan Dietz from O&R. Thank you very much, Dave Novick, Technical Director of RoboSub. I'm Zoz Brooks. We'll see you next time.